Ready to go. Good. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Zahir Bryant and I will be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Peter Reid, Dina Lombardi, Philip Ghosh, and Katie Plaisir. And the Secretary-Treasurer today is Nicole Ivanov. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto local appeal body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. Committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Okay. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for this time slot? None? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any deferral requests for this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, we have a deferral request for item number 32, municipal address of 908 Manning Avenue, file number A0851/25TEY. We have the agent online, and we have 2 speakers here in person in opposition. And do we have anyone online? Golsa? Yes, and we have somebody online to speak as well.
Thank you. We'll proceed with number 32. So number 32, the purpose of the application, the address is 908 Manning Avenue. Purpose is to convert the existing 1-story ancillary building, semi-detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway, into a 2-story ancillary building containing a 2-car garage on the ground level and 1 laneway suite that will occupy the 2nd level by constructing a complete 2nd-story addition and a 2-story addition at the east portion of the building. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the main dwelling and 1 unit within the ancillary building. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan received December 19th, 3 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence from the agent, a design rationale letter from the agent, staff reports from urban forestry, correspondence in concern from 906 Manning and 910 Manning Avenue. We also have opposition, correspondence in opposition from 908 Manning Avenue and 910 Manning Avenue and 906 Manning Avenue. Okay. The agent is Bruno Lopez. Is Mr. Lopez online?
Yes, indeed.
Hi, good, pardon me. Good afternoon, Mr. Lopez.
Good afternoon.
Could we please get your name and, could we please get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Bruno Lopez. I'm Excel Engineering and Associates, located at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West, representing the owner.
Thank you very much. We'll need a presentation because we do have folks in opposition. So you have 5 minutes to do your presentation, please. Oh,
actually, this is a deferral, so
that's right.
I'll
Sorry.
just stay short. We've been working with community planning, so there were a couple adjustments that we have done. We have resubmit the application to zoning review. Unfortunately, we couldn't have a zoning notice on time. So we would like to postpone to the next available meeting. So whenever the new notice goes out, goes with the revised plans and everything that is aligned with planning requirements.
thank you very much. Yeah, sorry, I've forgotten that you're requesting a deferral. Thank you. We have some folks in opposition, so we'll just address those folks first and come back to committee in a moment. Hi, good afternoon. Hi. Please take a seat. Yeah.
Both of us? At the same time?
Yes, please sit down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't sure if you did.
Are you from the same address?
No.
No, 2 separate addresses.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll do one after the other.
Sorry.
It's okay. It doesn't matter if you're sitting there or not.
Okay.
Thank you. If you could get your name and address, please. And then I'm only going to ask one question. Are you in favor or not in favor of deferral? So we don't need, at this stage, any discussion as to your position, just a yes or no to this question. Thank you.
Yep. So my name is Roberta Scott. I live at 906 Manning.
Thank you. Are you in favor of deferral?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Name and address, please, and then the same question to you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dean Hines. I live at 910 Manning Avenue. And
Thank you, Mr. Hines. And your answer to the question, yes or no?
I'm in favor of deferral, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very kindly. And you mentioned we have somebody online. No, that's it? Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
through the chair to the speaker, you can leave if you wish, but members are about to vote now on the deferral. So you may want to stay for a minute. Thank you.
It won't be long. Thank you. Okay, so we have a deferral request, and I'll take it into committee now and look for a motion. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's pretty much an automatic deferral. We're waiting for a new zoning review. But I would ask of the agent to make sure that the drawings are complete and accurate. The neighbors raised some questions specifically about this backyard basement. So when you come back, please have updated and complete drawings so we can fully understand the situation. So with that, I move that we defer the application.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Do we have a second now? Mr. Lombardi, thank you. Bear with me. Oops. Good. All those in favor of deferral? And we have a unanimous vote. Thank you. Mr. Lopez, I hope you heard that. Okay.
Yes, absolutely, indeed. And we're going to address the comments, and the comments will be addressed on this new zoning notice, indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. Bye-bye. Okay. Now we move on to item number 2.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we will commence with the rest of the agenda, starting with item number 2, 15, and 16. Those were items that were held from this morning's agenda due to the oversight with the public hearing notice and the timing. So we'll deal with items 2, 15, and 16 first before we get into the rest of the afternoon agenda, which would be starting with 19, item 19.
Thank you very much. And bear with me while I just change screens. Okay. Item 2 is 125 Western Battery Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 30-story residential condominium building by converting a portion of the second floor outdoor residential amenity space into a children's play area. The committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, decision numbers affecting the subject property, letter of support from the board of directors for the building, condo plans from the agent, cover letter from the owner of the establishment, the children's play area, staff report from Metrolinx. We have two staff reports from Metrolinx. We also have correspondence in support from 125 Western Battery Road, 125, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items of correspondence in support from the same building, different units. Okay.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and we have one in-interest speaker at 125 Western Battery Road, but unable to reach this speaker.
Okay. Ms. Spencer, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Let me just check and see. We've got somebody. You mentioned one speaker that we have, but I think, is that the one in support? Yeah. And is that person available or wanted to speak? No? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Ms. Spencer, it looks like we won't need a presentation from that count. Nobody opposes it. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you. None? No? Okay. Ms. Spencer, this is a good afternoon. Thank you. There are no questions and no need for a presentation. I think all the materials are fairly straightforward. And the request is a single variance, which is quite a sensible one from my perspective. Children do come first. Let me take it into committee and see if we can come up with a decision for you. Mr.
Thank
Gore?
you.
Sure. This does seem like a small variance. The
The only concern that would sort of pop into my mind with something like this is it a reduction of amenity space that's problematic to the condo? But the fact that we have the condominium board's support letter totally addresses that. Otherwise, it's going to be imperceptible to anyone not in the building, so it all seems positive, and I would move to approve it.
Thank you. I wonder if I might just, sorry, Ms. Blazier, I wonder if I might just ask a question. It just occurred to me, I wrote something down, and maybe, Ms. Spencer, if you could just ask, I think one of the photographs I noticed, there's an outdoor space, there's a wall. I'm just wondering if there's some kind of safety barrier on that wall. I'm not sure how old the kids would be, but I'd hate to see a child try and climb up on that wall.
Oh, so we also have approval from the ministry on all of the different plans and drawings, and we're increasing the height of that barrier. So everything that will be constructed in this space meets the Ontario Building Code requirements along with the ministry, so there are no safety concerns with children in this space. So that will be enhanced.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. And I just did the other one. I don't know if you know, there's a Metrolinx advisory notice. It's not a condition, but it's an advisory note.
Through the chair, Metrolinx actually has comments, not just advisory. If you read through both of the Metrolinx reports, they have the warning clause condition, and then there's also a separate condition. They're kind of intermingled with the comments, but they do have a note about the applicant to contact utility and roadway review team within 6 months of the intended start date of the construction, as well as having the applicant provide the distance from the amenity to the corridor assessed to determine the infeasibility for an object to be thrown over the screen and into the corridor. So for your members' consideration, if you would like to include those conditions or not.
Thank you.
So given that those are comments and Metrolinx isn't, there's no one really at the city to enforce a Metrolinx comment, I wouldn't impose the ones in the advisory. And then in terms of the normal condition, I wouldn't impose that either, the warning clause, because it doesn't make sense for a daycare to include a warning clause to, like, it's just not a sensical in this situation. So I move to approve it without condition.
Thank you. Okay, so we had a motion on the floor. Mr. Lombardi had a motion on the floor. No. Oh, sorry, you seconded. Thank you. And was it Ms. Blazier that moved? Okay, thank you. All right, all those in favor? Thank you. We have a unanimous vote to approve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Take care. And now we move on to item 15. Okay, item 15. Item 15 is 75 Sellers Avenue. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear basement walkout, a rear one-story addition with a rear ground floor deck and stairs, and a rear second-story balcony. Also to construct a new one-story ancillary building, two-car garage, in the rear yard abutting the laneway. The garage will be in full compliance with the zoning bylaws. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, and correspondence in concern from 77 Sellers Avenue. Okay.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and we have one registered speaker in opposition.
Thank you. All right, item 15. Mr. Eddie Perez, are you there?
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm at 537 Rogers Road.
Thank you,
And we're here.
Sorry, Mr. Perez.
Oh,
Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're not here for the basement walkout. That's existing.
So I think we'll need a little short presentation or you got 5 minutes. We do have one person in opposition.
Yeah, okay, so, like I said, we're not here for the basement walkout, that's existing. We're just building a roof above with a column for the platform on top. For the platform on top, we don't have any variance. The only variance we have is for the proposed addition to the rear, and we're slightly over where we're allowed 0.69 and we have 0.74. I read the letter that the neighbor wrote, her concerns about the balcony on the second floor. Like I said, there's no variances, but I spoke with our client and they're willing to put a privacy fence on both sides. And also she said the proximity of the addition is quite far from her property. And we also don't have any variance for that as well. So in my opinion, the variances are minor in nature and meet the 4 tests. But I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick one on my part. The balcony at the rear, that's the one you're talking about, the privacy screening?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the north and south sides, if I've read correctly.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perez.
You're welcome.
We'll go to the person in opposition and listen to that person first. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Galarno. I'm the owner at 77 Sellers Avenue, so I'm the property directly north of the applicant.
Okay.
I have spoken with my neighbors about my concerns, so they are largely related to privacy. Building up on that addition to have a 1-story addition and then a rooftop deck on top of that will obstruct or will disturb the privacy that I enjoy in my backyard. The neighbors will have a direct sight line into my rear seating area, which I've shown a photograph and a plan view in my written submission. In speaking to them, as Mr. Perez said, they had suggested adding a privacy fence to that rooftop deck. And so that would create another problem in terms of blocking the sun. That location is in the arc line of the sun's passage, which is particularly low in the cooler months. And so sunlight into my backyard would be obstructed if they had a 2nd-story deck with privacy fencing, which I think was suggested to be 1.5 meters or something like that. And so I have no objection to the addition itself or to the garage. It's just the sight line into my backyard, disturbing my privacy and the light and access to the neighboring vegetation, which in my sight lines, which in this part of town is quite, it's not the greenest area in the city. So every tree that we can see from our properties is quite valuable.
Great, thank you very much. Let me just see if any colleagues have any questions for you. None? Okay, thank you. We'll get Mr. Perez to give you a response and move on from there. Thank you. Is that the only person I take it in opposition? Okay. Mr. Perez, are you there?
Mute.
Hi,
Yeah,
Mr. Perez.
Yeah, I listened to her concerns. As for the length, we don't have any length variance. We're only at 14.71 meters. We're in this part of the city, you're allowed 17 meters. So in that aspect, and also the addition is 3.22 meters away from her property line. And we don't have any variances for the balcony. We're only here for the little 1-story addition in the front. So even if we didn't draw the roof deck at this point, we could add it at another point without going before committee. So, and my client's okay with putting the privacy fence. I think that would be in keeping with most people in the neighborhood like. And I feel it meets the 4 tests. It's not an overbuild. It's very modest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. We'll take it into committee. I don't think Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Perez, I'm looking at your side north elevation drawing. where you're showing the addition, the one-story addition, and you have the proposed deck there, and you're showing a glass, I guess glass as wrapping around that that deck. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but because of the neighbors' concerns, we're gonna change that to 1.5 meter privacy fencing. And you can put that in the condition, we're okay with it.
Right, so, I mean, I'll just throw this out. Would you consider, or your client consider, an opaque glass?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Just to respond to your neighbor's concern about sunlight with a fence, a screen?
Yeah.
And I can ask, if I may, can I ask the neighbor if that addresses her concern?
We could do it, it's come out of the
That's my only,
committee.
that's my only question.
Ms. Galano, are you there? Hi. Did you hear Mr. Lombardi's suggestion?
I did, but I don't understand how opaque glass solves my sunlight problem, if it's opaque.
It'll let light through. It's opaque, so you can't see through it, but you can certainly allow light to come through. That's the difference
So
between,
it's
yeah.
translucent, I guess.
And that would satisfy your objection, your concerns?
It wouldn't. It will not. I have an open view of the sky right now, and now instead I'm going to have light blocked for several hours a day, and you know, maybe some slight transmission through a translucent piece of glass. But otherwise, that view of the sky, neighboring vegetation, and light is going to be gone with this rooftop deck. And any fencing around it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We'll take it into committee. I just would like to make a comment. If I'm not mistaken, had the applicant for this particular project decided to build a second story above that particular first story, that would be allowed and within right. So I think the agent is there, and the applicant is being quite generous by wanting to put up additional privacy screening and fencing and the opaque glass. So I think I don't believe this is a problematic situation. I do believe that the 1.5 meter privacy screening would be appropriate. So we could put that in as a condition. Who'd like to take this on and perhaps put forward a motion? Mr. E, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's the challenge often is, I think, having people understand what's there versus what's permitted as of right. This applicant could propose something much larger than what's being proposed, with worse outcomes for the neighbor to the north. As you indicated. So I'm happy to move approval of this. I think there's the one variance and it's a small number, and the impact of it is minor. And I'll add the condition that the north and south edges have translucent privacy screening.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Blazir, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. You have a unanimous approval, Mr. Perez. Thank you. And we move on to item number 16. Number 16 is 390 Woodbine Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition. Also, the existing rear two-story partial addition on the dwelling and the ancillary building, the shed in the rear yard, will be demolished. The existing rear parking pad abutting the laneway will be maintained and unaltered. The committee had before it the following communications: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, a cover letter with comparable application approvals, And we have 11 form letters in opposition, signed by owners and occupants of 48, 56, 60, 62 Columbine Avenue, 103, 113, 114, 123 Rainsford Road, and 364, 388, 400 Woodbine Avenue.
Mr. Chair, I think it's support, not an opposition, isn't that correct?
Oh, I beg your pardon. No, actually, this is confusing because on this form, it says support at the top, but you're right. The letters are in and then it says 11 form letters in opposition. So there's an error there somewhere.
Through the chair, we can correct that for the minutes.
Are they in support or in opposition?
It's support.
They're in support. Perfect. Thank you. So we need that corrected in the, thank you. So those are 11 form letters in support. Thank you very much, Mr. Lombardi, for catching that. Okay.
To Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no other speakers.
Thank you. Mr. Hatch, are you there?
6 Bishop Street, Toronto, Ontario, M5R 1 and 2.
Thank you. I'm sorry for causing confusion. I hope you didn't have a minor heart attack when I mentioned that.
No, I'm okay, thank you.
I was just reading what I saw in front of me. Thank you very much for being here. You have just a single variance before us, which in my opinion looks very minor. Let me just see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you or concerns. None? Oh, wonderful. I think this is to appease the heart attack that I caused. We'll take it into committee and render a judgment, a decision, I should say. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am prepared to move a motion to approve the application and grant the one variance. It's a very slight increase in floor space index. I think it fits the character of the neighborhood, and it satisfies the four tests in the Planning Act. We have 11 letters. I know they're form letters, but they're letters in support of the application. I have no issue with it, so I'll move approval of the application. I don't see any conditions.
None, yeah, you're correct. Do we have a second now? Ms. Brazier, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Hatch, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we move on to item number 19. Okay, number 19. Number 19 is 19A, 30 Norwood Road. And this is the consent requested is to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 residential lots and to create new easements, rights of way. Okay, the committee had before it a copy of draft plan of survey, revised plan of survey, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 10 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, arborist report, planning rationale from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, tree protection plan, email correspondence from the assistant planner, community planning, staff reports from engineering, staff report from urban forestry, advisory staff report from Metrolinx. We also have 16 form letters in support, signed by owners and occupants of 27, 30, 32, 34, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40A, 40B, 42, 43, 44, 47, 52, 53 Norwood Road. Okay.
To Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no other speakers.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson, welcome back. Thank you. Okay. let me just see if, since we don't have anybody in opposition, no presentation required there, but maybe my colleagues may have questions or require a little presentation. None? 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 Okay, wonderful. Again, you passed the exam again. This is good. Okay, so on this particular one, all right, we'll take it into committee. Anybody want to take this on? Mr. Lombardi?
Sure, I can take this on. So I spent my first 25 years of my life in this neighborhood, so I seem to remember it quite well. So this is a consent and variance application, variances applications. The consent results in the retained lot having a smaller south setback. Both lots, though, will have widths and that exceed the minimum lot frontages in the area, also lot area exceeding the zoning requirements. So I have no problem with the consent application. I agree with the planner that the proposal maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan, as it includes residential uses which are permitted, and it respects the neighborhood character of the area. The area is eclectic, and the proposal reflects the physical character and mix of housing types and forms as well. And I note that the property, which is the proposal which will retain 3 rental units and create 4 new rental units, is within the area of many public transit options. The Danforth GO, the main subway station, streetcars, believe it or not, that have been running for probably 90 years, as well as bus. It's also located within the PMTSA, which is the protected major transit station area. So I believe that the proposal is desirable. I do not believe that there will be any impacts of an adverse planning nature, because privacy overlook have been mitigated through building and window placement, predominantly focused towards the front and the rear. So I'm prepared, again, subject to comments from my colleagues, to move approval of the application and the variances, the consent and variances, subject to, I believe there are 2 conditions from development engineering, as well as I understand the applicant is proposing to plant 2 new trees, one located on each of the new lots that will be created. So I'm wondering if we can include that in a motion.
If I may just ask a question of Deputy Secretary, I forgot to read a purpose for 19B and 19C into the record.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you can do that now.
And when we'll have to move motions for each item, presumably, because variances are slightly different, or they're the same?
No, through the chair, we can have the same motion.
Okay.
You'll just read the differences into the record with the different purposes, and staff will have those different notices on the screen, and that will be sufficient.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lombardi, will hold your motion for a moment while I just read these 2 items into the record. So for the record, 19B, 30 Norwood Road, parts 2 and 3, the purpose of the application to maintain the existing 2-story detached dwelling triplex. There is a total of 3 residential units on this lot. And then moving on to 19C, 30 Norwood Road, parts 1 and 4. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling, a 4-plex, with an integral garage, a rear 3rd-story Juliet balcony, and a rear ground floor deck. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot. Great, that's it. Thank you. Coming back to your motion, Mr. Lombardi, it still stands. Do we have a seconder?
Through the chair, there were urban forestry conditions for
Yes.
members to consider. Parts 2 and 3, urban forestry was seeking condition number 2, and parts 1 and 4, urban forestry was seeking conditions 2 and 3.
Correct. Thank you very much for that. Okay. So we,
I'll second that, Chair. I would just like to note that it's very refreshing to see a consent with a house retained and not just knocked down, right? And then also the fact that there's so many units within these two buildings. This is, and requiring very, very few variances. This is an admirable application.
But just before I vote, to be clear, that's including the forestry conditions as stated? Yeah.
And through the chair, standard consent conditions as well.
thank you very much. Okay, all in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Thank you unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just, did we have a seconder on that?
Yes, Mr. Reid did. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now moving on to item 20. Item number 20 is 51 ASCOT Road. The purpose of the application is to convert the existing one-story ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear yard abutting St. Clair Gardens, into a two-story ancillary building containing a two-car garage on the ground level and one garden suite that will occupy the second level. By constructing a complete second-story addition with two second-story side West Juliet balconies, there will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the main dwelling and 1 unit within the ancillary building. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of minutes from February 15th, 2023 public hearing, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, a decision number affecting the subject property, and presentation materials from the agent as well.
Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no other speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Evangelista. Ms. Evangelista, are you there?
Yes, can you hear?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Good
great.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, name and address, please.
Ida Evangelista, 53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you very much. We don't have anybody in opposition, but let me see if my colleagues may require a little presentation or if they may have questions for you. Yeah, Mr. Reid has some questions.
Thank you. Just confirming that I understand it's a very small space in between the house and the garage, and there's currently a canopy. That's being removed as part of this plan?
Yes, that is the intent. The canopy is removed. We increase the landscaping between the house and the garage. Okay. And then you'll see on my aerial photo, you'll also see that there's additional green space and landscaping along the perimeter of the house. You see where it's fenced in.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Evangelista? No? Thank you. Yeah, it's sometimes the variances that we look at also directly related, not always, not sometimes, but always related to the context. And in this case, the context presents a problem for variance number 1, which is the soft landscaping at the rear. So yeah, I think in general, from my perspective, the variances are minor, and or they may not be minor. I'm just wondering what did I write down? Yeah, I think they're supportable. I think the only one that I was concerned about was variance number 1. So I'm not sure if any of my colleagues had any other concerns.
I would just say similarly, that's the only one that stood out, but I think it's true that in this condition of a corner lot where there's some landscaping that sort of will provide the same, it's only 25% that's required, so I think it's covered off in the site condition. And So I'll go ahead and maybe just make a motion to approve this garden suite in this location. And, you know, these garden suites on corner lots almost act much more as laneway houses, to be honest. Is quite supportable, and in the context, I see all of these variances that permit it as being minor, and therefore I would, and not that impactful on the neighboring properties. Therefore, I would move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Do we have a second, Ms. Brazil? Thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. You have, Ms. Evangelista, you have unanimous approval. Thank you. And moving on to item number 21. Item number 21. Number 21. 109 Knox Avenue. And the purpose of the application, pardon me, to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete third and fourth story additions. There will be rear east exterior landings and stairs located at the first, second, and third stories, as well as a rear east fourth story balcony and front west, rear east, and side north and south dormers at the fourth story. There will be a total of 6 residential dwellings on this lot. And the committee had before it the following communication: copy of the minutes from February 28th, 2024, a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised public notice, received December 3rd, 2025, presentation materials from the agent, a covering letter from the agent. We also have staff reports from Urban Forestry and Planning and Development, TTC. We also have correspondence in opposition from 109 Knox Avenue, and one with no address provided, another one from 101 Knox Avenue, and we have materials in opposition from 111 Knox Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and we have a speaker here in person in opposition, as well as speakers online, 2 speakers online in opposition. I will note for the record, we received a very late report from Community Planning today recommending deferral of this application. I'll have staff pull up the report on the screen. So I'm flagging that Community Planning has put forward a report recommending deferral of the application as the applicant has not submitted a full submission of the necessary rental housing demolition application, nor the required supporting materials. Alternatively, if members do not decide to defer the application, Community Planning has also set forth a number of conditions that you'll see on the screen in front of you related to the rental housing demo application materials. As well, we received revised plans from the agent today as well that are very late, and we have received a red light notice from the agent revising one of the variances, the height variance, which you can have the agent speak to. However, I'm just flagging for members that this is what we received today.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mazzitelli, are you there by any chance?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Mazzitelli. I am not sure if you heard everything that was just said.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if planning is suggesting a deferral, your thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you. We were aware of that. Only recently we spoke with Alexa Ledger, the planner, and on Monday, this Monday, she asked for us to prepare the rental housing demolition form, which we started on Monday, but just wasn't able to be completed by today or yesterday. But we have submitted the forms, and we also have submitted the report to Meredith. And so they're aware of that, and we're aware of this letter from Alexa. We commit to completing everything that is required for the rental housing demolition permit. And the owner has asked me that we would like to proceed today with the presentation to you.
Okay, so you're not interested in deferral to perhaps sort out some of these issues and then come back with a cleaner proposal?
No, it's really a matter of completing the form to the satisfaction of Meredith. We've already submitted it today and yesterday, and the owner feels that he will commit to that, he will do that. He's already said that he would do that. And we agreed to the change from the city planner for the roof reduction, and we hope that we can continue and you might support this.
Thank you.
Through the chair, so the revised plans that were submitted by the applicant today, you would not have had a chance to review. So that is up to you members, how you would like to proceed. I understand the agent has also submitted a late redlined notice where he's revised a height variance that they can detail and go through. Staff have that on the screen. However, it is up to members if you would like to pursue a deferral of this application for the applicant to work with community planning and the housing division with respect to these rental housing matters, or if you would like to impose conditions, but that is the options before you.
Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee and I'll consult with my colleagues. Thank you. Your thoughts on the question of deferral or moving ahead as is? Mr. Lombardi?
Sorry, go ahead. I'm opposed to deferring something that the applicant wants to proceed. I feel like it's proceed at your own risk. It might affect the outcome that they get. But that's just, that's my thought. We do have planning asking us to defer, but that's where I lean in terms of a deferral.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thoughts, Mr. Lombardi?
If we're not going to support a deferral, I would certainly like well, first of all, do we have we have people in opposition?
Yes.
So
Yes,
we'll
we
get a
do.
presentation.
Yeah, I think right now we're in committee just to talk about deferral.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know, I will ask that we have a presentation, so.
Okay, thank you.
I think, well, I'm of two minds. I think there are significant issues that community planning is asking for. And I guess that would be covered by the conditions that we could apply, but we haven't seen the new plans, and I find these existing plans hard to understand to begin with, and so I think maybe after we hear the presentation by the agent, maybe I'll have a better sense whether I can understand and give a position on the application.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Ms. Brazier?
Yeah, I'm kind of two minds as well, but I think I am open to hearing the presentation and getting up to speed on where things are at currently.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, I moved both ways as well, and I think it's good to listen first and then pass judgment afterwards, so we'll see. Sure thing, Mr. Lombardi.
I just want to confirm, though, that based on what came in this morning, which was late, that the only variance that's being amended for our consideration is variance number 1, and the rest of the application is as.
Through the chair, the agent can answer that question. What I'm seeing on the red line notice is just that they've amended the height variance. But if you would like to proceed with hearing the applicant's presentation, we'll start with the red line notice and the agent can explain.
Yeah. Thank you.
But maybe the agent can also consider, based on what they're hearing, whether they do want a deferral or not.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mazzitelli, you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you've heard the conversation we've just had. So let me begin by asking, you've got we do have a red line notice. Can you just go through the variances and tell us what's been changed?
Yes, please. So since our last meeting, we have applied for a new zoning notice. And as you'll see, the last time we were in front of you, we had 16 variances. Since the zoning has become a little bit more lax, now we only have 6. So we've lost quite a few variances. I still think this proposal is very appropriate, as we are immediately beside Queen Street, which will definitely be a 6 to 8 or 10-story eventually development. We're the first property south of Queen Street, and immediately to our south is a public lane. So the existing building is located between the high density and the public lane, and I believe this allows it to be have some variances that are still reasonable. So in terms of the 4 variances, the 6 variances that we do have, the first one has to do with the height. And the Alexa Ledger, the planner, has asked us to reduce it, and we have. So the new lower height limit that we've marked and agreed to is 14.3 meters. And the owner is good with that. And just as a reminder, even that's basically a 4-story building, but we're asking for a bit more height in the shape and form of the roof. The roof is designed so that it's a large, tall, 2-story sloped roof to try and reduce the massing of the building on the street, and also to keep in character with sloped roofs on the street. The other variances that we have to do with the front yard setback, and unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. That's the location of the footprint on the lot as it is today.
Mr. Mazzatelli, sorry to interrupt you. Could you just, going back to what changes have been introduced into the variances? Can you just tell us which one has a change in it, and then you can continue with your presentation?
Yes, so variance 1 is the only one that has a physical change to it.
Can you give us the change?
Oh, yes. So the altered dwelling will have a height of 14.74, has been reduced to 14.30.
Okay, thank you.
And through the chair to the agent, regarding the purpose of application, have you changed anything in your purpose of application?
In our what?
The purpose of the application, are there any changes there?
Yeah, no, the purpose is still to have an addition on top of the existing building, a 2-story addition with a roof and with apartments on the interior. That it's still maintained.
And a total of 6 residential units.
Yes, we've now reduced, previously there were 8, and now we've reduced that to 6, allowing for larger units on the 4th and 3rd floors. The owner thinks that that's a better position for him to proceed with tenants.
Thank you, and that's the only change that you've got is variance number 1.
Yes.
Correct, thank you. Yeah, sorry to have interrupted you. If you don't mind continuing with your presentation.
Yeah, so going on, so aside from my opinion that the location of the building is quite ideal for something like this, we have also a problem with the minimum required rear yard setback. And unfortunately, the existing building, once again, that's how it sits on the lot, and we can't change that. The roof eaves is variance number 4, and that's also an item that we can't change. But in my opinion, those are very minor. We have no objections from any neighbors to the north or behind us, where some of those variances occur. The item 5 has to do with the variance with the height of the main walls. And in our design, it only occurs at the sides, at the triangle portion that you can see on the side elevations. And it's only for that small triangle portion. It's not for the entire 4th floor. And that's due to the shape of the roof coming down and being lower and allowing the wall height to be lower. So that's a good thing in terms of the design. Variance 6 has to do with landscaping, and the problem that we're having, because I allowed for a rear balcony, because I wasn't certain of how we would do our second exits with stairs going down to the ground, that rear portion of land, because the balcony is above it, the zoning examiner is not counting it as landscape, even though it is there. And the owner, wanting to be agreeable as he can, would certainly provide additional landscaping, soft landscaping at the side of the building, which we can do, to be equivalent to what we haven't provided. And also, he's also willing to do soft landscaping on the roof. So if that's agreeable to you, that could be made a condition that he would agree to. Aside from the variances, I have submitted about 13 other similar buildings that I find to be similar throughout the city, where you have conventional housing types and beside them 3, 4, 5, 6-story apartment buildings. So it is a bit of an oddity, but it does happen. I think in our advantage, I hope the spacing of the laneway, public laneway between those other houses.
Mr. Mazzatelli, sorry to interrupt again. I've given you an extra minute because I interrupted you previously, but we need to wrap up so we can move on.
Yes, thank you. I do know that we have objections from neighbors, but I also would like to mention that the immediate neighbors in front of us are no longer objecting, and some of the neighbors to the south of us are not objecting. So there's almost an equal number of people that are not objecting. And people to the further south on the block are not objecting at all. So I hope that you consider this and support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just one question
Ms.
maybe
Ghosh?
before the opposition, just about the new plans. So we heard that your only variance change is changing the height. Is that the only change in the new plans as well, or is a change to the elevations and if you have, I don't think you have sections, but so a change to the elevations that reflects the change in height, or is there any other change that you've introduced?
No, the changes that we were asked to produce is the one we're looking at right now, which is the elevations. So I've redrawn the elevations roof lower to the new required requested height. So the interior of the building is the same, but the roof has come down on the elevations. And those were given a few days ago.
And is the reduction in height entirely from the top floor, or is it spread between the top 2 floors, or only in the roof? Like, where's the reduction?
It's entirely from the top floor coming down.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Mazzatelli at this point? If not, we'll go to the folks in opposition. Thank you, Mr. Mazzatelli. We're going to listen to the folks in opposition and take it from there. Okay.
Lisa, you've unmuted.
Hi, yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Name and address, please.
My name is Lisa Mandel, and I live at 109 Knox Avenue.
Hi, you've got 5 minutes to make your case, please.
Thank you. I live here with my 9-year-old daughter. Since submitting my objection, I've obtained further information that raises some serious concerns. The property is currently operated as a 6-unit rental building, 2 units in the basement, 2 on the main floor, and 2 on the top floor. In addition, the garage is being used as an art studio, effectively functioning as a 7th unit. The proposal will demolish existing below-market rental housing without any increase in housing supply. Although the plans show 6 units after construction, 5 units will need to be demolished, which is not a minor variance. Any demolition of rental housing containing 6 or more units requires a rental housing demolition permit, which I see the owner uploaded yesterday, with no relocation assistance plan, which is required to obtain the permit. The proposal is premature and non-compliant with Toronto Municipal Code 667, as the tenant's assistance plan hasn't been submitted or approved. The demolition application also contains incorrect information. The objection letter submitted by Elijah Hyamanen confirms the existence of a 3-bedroom unit that is not listed in the demolition application. The number of bedrooms and units affected are both incorrect. Only 4 units were identified as affected, even though all 6 units are impacted by construction and 5 units to extensive renovations and/or demolition. The proposed height and massing resemble a 5-story apartment building with minimal setbacks and all 4 sides of the building and no landscaped. This is not compatible with Knox Avenue, which is predominantly 2-story homes. The proposed changes are not minor in nature and should not be granted through a minor variance application. The one-way street already suffers from severe parking shortages and ongoing construction impacts. Previous construction attempts compromised the building's structural integrity, causing my ceiling to cave in, resulting in lots of dust and debris in my space and creating an unsafe environment for my daughter and I and other tenants in the building. Construction materials, including nails and roofing debris, were scattered across the sidewalks and common areas, presenting a serious public safety hazard. This incident required intervention by the city and essentially stopped further construction. There was also concern about the misrepresentation to city staff. During the previous inquiry, the owner falsely represented the number of occupants in the building, claiming there was only 2 dwelling residents, while in fact, the property contained 6 residential units housing 10 or more occupants, including children. The misrepresentation raises serious concerns regarding compliance, credibility, and the reliability of information submitted to the committee. Given the prior structural damage, incorrect information on the demolition permit, misrepresentation to the city, disruption to the neighbors and tenants, safety risks, parking impacts, and ongoing failure to maintain the building, and lack of the tenant protections, I respectfully request that this application be denied. At minimum, no construction should proceed while the building is occupied and before a compliant tenant assistance plan is approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you very kindly. Do we have any questions for the speaker? None? Okay. Moving on to the next person.
Elijah, you've unmuted.
Hi, I uploaded some materials, I believe. My name is
Good afternoon.
Elijah Heineman.
Thank you. And your address, please?
My name is Elijah Heineman, and my address is 111 Knox Avenue. It's the same building that is in question here.
Thank you. You've got 5 minutes to make your case, please.
Sure. So if you look at some of the stuff that I uploaded some pictures, but basically I want to start off by mentioning the first slide, which is about the parking situation. And so the parking situation on Knox is already not great, but there is one parking lot on the property, and there's a proposed entrance behind the parking lot, which we blocked by the parking. If you go to the next slide, there is also 8 waste containers and a proposed fully enclosed shed for these containers, which is, as far as I can tell, not big enough to contain the already existing containers. And this would also create like the issue where if you expand this shed to contain the containers, then it will block either the parking or the entrance. Another note I'd like to make is that the proposed stairway at the back of the building, there's less actually than 1 meter of space back there. And so to construct and to maybe repair and maintain that, I believe will cause trespassing on the neighboring lots and also spilling out, as it did before, onto the sidewalks and the alleyway next to the property. So after that, I'd like to just kind of talk to the demolition plan. So some of this presentation is not as relevant anymore because when I created this, I submitted it on January 7th, which was the deadline, and the demolition plan was actually uploaded the 13th, yesterday. So what I want to point out is just basically that there are 4 units affected. That's the proposal. But I believe there are actually 5 units that will be affected. So if you go to the next, slide, basically like you can see on this slide, the second floor will be basically completely demolished, which is 2 units. And on the next slide, the basement will have no units. And so the units down there will be demolished as well. But I didn't have time to add this to the presentation, but basically there is a listing for the main floor of 109 Knox Avenue, which shows a 2-bedroom apartment. This, in the current architecture plans proposed, is actually a 1-bedroom apartment. So that is going to be converted or demolished. I'm not sure which, but that's an inconsistency. And if we go down to the slide that shows the 111 Knox Avenue basement, this is another listing showing that basically there is a 3-bedroom apartment in the basement. The reason this is important is because on the demolition application, it claims that there are 3 1-bedrooms and 3 2-bedrooms, when in actuality there is a 3-bedroom that is not even mentioned. So in terms of the slides provided, that's the relevant stuff. I'll just mention a few other things that I have that have been brought up by other people on the street that actually have filed their objections as well. So the changes bring basically the entire property to the property line, and so construction will inevitably spill onto other people's properties or onto the street or onto the sidewalk. This has happened before, and I believe it will happen again. Other residents have complained about shadows being cast on their units. This was complaints based off of the last hearing and this current one. And this also brings up for them privacy concerns, which have not been mitigated. Another thing is the inaccuracies, as I mentioned, wrong number of rooms counted in the demolition application, wrong number of units affected. There are 4 units affected when actually it will be 5 in reality. And then, as Lisa mentioned, at the bottom of the demolition application, requirement 1D says that tenant relocation assistance is a requirement of this. None of us have received anything about that. We haven't been told that even this demolition is happening because the document was uploaded last night. So because of the process is not being followed, the
Mr.
inaccuracies...
Heinemann, I wonder if you could please wrap up. You're almost done with your time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just basically going to summarize that the processes, I believe, are not being followed. There's errors in the document, and multiple people on the street have complained about how this will affect their residents as well as the overall neighborhood. And so I believe it should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Oh. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
I wonder if you could give us your name and address, please.
My name is Karen McMillan, and I live at 1363 Queen Street East, Toronto.
Okay.
And I'm representing the property to the east, which is Riverdale Housing Cooperative, and which is right on the lot line.
You've got 5 minutes to make your case,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
I have to say it's a bit chaotic. I only became aware of this, a couple of days ago, and everything that has been said in opposition is what I myself observed in the application. As I said, it was chaotic. Site plan says 9 units. The application says 8 units, and now I hear 6 units. So it's very, very challenging to come to terms with what actually this application is about. It's not minor, it is premature, and there is difficulty, I would say, in actually understanding what is contained in this, because as I read the site plan, it looked like there were 3 lot lines proposed. Well, actually, one was slightly, it was 0.2, but in effect, it's 3 lot lines. The existing building has 1 lot line, which is to the south on the lane. And I use that lane a lot, right? Both walking and there's a lot of vehicular traffic there from people cutting through, from people who live on the lane, and from our parking lot. there is already a problem, you know, when people open their door, they're literally tumbling out onto that lane. So there's conflict there for sure. What I couldn't understand was how the existing building contravenes the bylaw. I assume it's legal non-conforming within that zoning that was there before. But this one actually sort of egregiously makes it much, much worse, right? It's 3 zero lot lines. The parking, I assume it's going to be parking on the driveway, but it is blocked for sure. It's blocked with various things. So it can't really be considered soft landscaping. That just is contrary to the use of what's proposed there. The part that affects our property most is the staircase up on the east side, which I don't know how they're going to squeeze it in. I don't know how they're going to construct it or maintain it because it is zero lot line, literally on our fence, right? So we've already had overage and things, you know, flying into the parking lot from the property, but construction is a whole other entity which, you know, there's really very little control. In reality, there's very little control over what happens from the construction. Now, I can say this because right now there is construction happening right behind my own unit, and today the front loader, you know, hit the tree on my side of the lane at least 3 times. And so in this one, there is no room to move, right? At least on the one behind me, there is room to move. But in this one, there's no room to move, particularly adjacent to our property. So I have to agree, the application with the other people in opposition, the application is premature. It is hard to read. It's hard to know what conditions would be put on this. And I think it should be denied at this point, or at least deferred until there's much more information that comes in where reasonable, you know, assessments can be made. Because at this point, it's quite chaotic. It's very hard to read the application. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, very quick, through you, Mr. Chair. The parking area at the rear, is that parking for your cooperative?
At the rear?
Yeah.
We're to the east.
Okay,
Yeah,
to the
to the
rear
east.
of this application.
That is our parking lot, yeah.
Okay.
And we've been there 43 years, and that parking lot is pretty much full all the time, right?
And do you have to have a permit from the cooperative to park there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
we do.
Thank you.
Because a lot of people try to illegally park or visit or deliver or whatever, right? So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers by any chance? Thank you. Okay, let's go back to Mr. Mazzitelli.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Mazzitelli. You've been listening to the various comments and concerns. I wonder if you might give us some feedback.
Yes, certainly. Yes, it's unfortunate. I do understand there was some physical problems with some construction with the roof and so on. And I think those things shouldn't have occurred, but they did. And in terms of the last speaker, I wasn't aware of her objection until now. If I could just address, in terms of this rear stair that we proposed, it was actually my idea to propose that as a possible second exit. But since we're reworking the interior stairs to provide 2 full exits, which, you know, hopefully in the future, the building code may change in Ontario to be equal to the one in Vancouver, in BC, where 1 interior stair is adequate. But for now, we need 2 exit stairs. But the owner's prepared to remove that steel stair completely. If people really object to that, that would also alleviate the landscaping variance. The only reason the landscaping variance is there because that stair is above it. So the owner agrees to removing that, and also the owner agrees completely to commit to the rental housing application and demolition forms as a condition. We started that on Monday, but there wasn't enough time to submit everything by today. So the owner is willing to admit to that. And as I said, I know there are neighbors objecting, but there are also many others that are not objecting. And for one, Mr. Canada, that used to be at 110, directly across from us, the owner spoke to him, and he's now not objecting. Architecturally speaking, this is a proposal for a 4-story building. The variances, in my opinion, are minor. We don't have a GFA variance. We don't have an FSI variance. We have variances due to the existing conditions around the perimeter of the building. And we've reduced the height variance so that the city planner is not objecting to that. So I still believe this to be an appropriate infill, intensification, and the number of units proposed will be as per the drawings. So whatever confusion there is aside from that, those are the units that the owner wishes to continue with only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzatelli. Let me just see if colleagues have any questions for you at this point.
Through the chair, I just want to note for the record, so this application was deferred previously. It was heard on February 28th, 2024, and the reason for the deferral at that time was to provide the applicant with an opportunity to visit the site, correctly identify the number of existing residential units on the subject property, also to address some of the statutory requirements, which include consulting with city planning staff, reviewing the necessary procedures, and submitting revised materials.
Thank you. Mr. Mazzatelli, did you hear that as well?
Yes.
And were all those promises or expectations fulfilled?
Yes, we've met with some neighbors, although some new neighbors have written in, and we've also been in contact with Alexa Ledge for months until the last minute yesterday. So the city planner is not objecting as long as we provide the height that she requested, and the rental housing demolition form and letter, which we started and we're promised to continue and finish.
I do have one question for you. One of the speakers earlier mentioned that your 6 units that you identify in the purpose does not include units in the basement. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yeah. Yes, the units in the basement are to be removed, as our drawings indicate.
Do you know, could you tell me what would take their place?
Oh, it would be a common area. They would not be rentable units, but common area, lockers and common area.
Okay, thank you. Let me just see, Ms. Plazier's got a question for you.
So we've heard a little bit of, we've heard different scenarios around how many units are going to be affected by this demolition and conversion. Can you clarify that for us?
Well, a little bit. I believe, due to the interior stairs enlargement, that both units on the ground and the second would be affected. The stairs have to be widened by 3 foot 6 inches, so those 4 units will be definitely affected. And the new units built above should not be affected, and the 2 units in the basement are to be removed.
So ostensibly then 6 units are being impacted, with including the removal of 2?
Yes.
Okay.
And if something happens in terms of the exiting, that we manage to only have 1 exit stair, then those units would be lessened. But we won't know that today. So for today, that's correct, what you said.
Okay, Thank you very much. Hold, there's one more question for Mr. Ghosh for you.
So other than adding to the top, the rest of the construction is all, and adding the stairs, I suppose, the egress at the rear, the rest of the construction is all internal, it's within the existing footprint?
Yes, the same footprint, and we, because it's a flat roof, 2-story, that's why the owner considered all this additions anyway, so that he would like to build above that without interfering the units below.
And why are the basement units being removed? I can see maybe there's, because there might be some zoning or building code reason why you can't maintain them while doing this change. Can you maybe explain what that reason might be?
That's really an owner question, but I believe he was afraid that too many units would have even more objection from neighbors.
Okay, so there's no zoning or building code reason, because it looks like you've removed the windows at the front in order to create bike parking. So I was assuming it might have been that removal of basement egress windows, but am I reading that wrong?
I'm sorry, I don't, any basement units would have to have the appropriate windows. I don't know if they have appropriate windows.
So you don't know if the existing units have appropriate windows, but in your design, there's no windows for the basement?
Yeah, in my design, there's no windows because I was told to remove them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's time to take it into committee and see where we go from there. Thank you. Okay, I think this application seems to be a little perplexing, to say the least. So I think at this point we're looking at, do we recommend a deferral, possibly, or an approval, or a refusal? I'm not sure which way colleagues are leaning, and we're going to have a discussion about it. And then
I've got thoughts. I'm happy to lead us off, but I don't have to.
Sure, thank you, Phil.
I don't think it's appropriate to defer. They didn't want to defer, and we've heard it on its merits. So I think we have to either refuse it or approve it. I think, they sort of accepted that risk when we said, tell us if you want to defer it. But I think I could see either option being reasonable for different reasons. I'll give away the conclusion at the start and say that I think I would support it, but I would definitely understand the reasons for refusing it. The reasons for refusing it is feeling that we don't have the information before the committee to accurately assess this application, because there has been a lot of conflicting information. The plans are not great. We got late plans, and we've heard about issues from the neighbors in terms of information, and I don't think that the answers given to the questions of the committee members have really helped clarify the situation. So I think it would be reasonable to refuse it on the basis of insufficient information to assess it. That being said, I actually would lean towards approving it, because if we set aside the state of the plans, when you look at what the variances are, I think the information is there to suggest that these variances are reasonable. We know what the site looks like currently. It's built on the exact same footprint. It's going straight up from that footprint. And all of the variances have to do with either the existing footprint or the building height. And I think a 4-story building in this location, the first building in from Queen Street in Leslieville, to increase housing. Now, it's not increasing units, but it is increasing housing GFA. And, it's the owner's choice not to increase the number of units. I just don't see, if the appropriate information was before us, I just don't see what other information could be before us that would make this unreasonable when you look at the actual variances. So to me, the actual variances are sort of on their face minor to go up 2 stories while retaining the existing building footprint for housing in this location right by Queen Street in Leslieville is reasonable. So that's why I find it supportable, but I also gave the reasons why I would completely understand if the members don't feel as comfortable as I do with the information we have.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
Oh, and last comment on the rental. So the rental demolition permit that hasn't been applied for, I think so long as we include that as a condition, I would be fine with it, because if this was an as of right, satisfy that in order to get a building permit, and then us making it a condition just means they doubly have to satisfy it. Again, though, I would say it's problematic that they haven't properly applied for it, but it's not really relevant to the zoning.
The agent is.
He was saying code is altered. Have to.
One and probably say a lot of the and I think plans are hard. How many?
Interrupt. Right now.
Keep your
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're back. Thank you for your patience. We had some technical difficulties. Member Reid was in the middle of his thoughts. So, Member Reid, you may continue.
Thank you. I'm not sure exactly where I was, but I think Phil made a lot of good points in that the variances aren't huge, right? Particularly for this site where it's a stone's throw from Queen Street, and reurbanization and intensification of this site is a good thing. But I feel that it's premature, particularly given that elements of the plan that can make it better and can improve it are not being shown currently and haven't been given, I think, enough thought. And particularly the rental housing replacement agreements are in extremely early days, and I think that is a key element of this, and it goes back to how many number of units are in there. So I do think that there is merit in this application. But at this point, I think it's premature for me to make a decision on it, so I won't be supporting it.
Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I thank both my colleagues for laying the groundwork for this this application. I can certainly see Philip's approach and position on this. I can also align myself with Peter. I am uncomfortable dealing with this application today. While I understand that things come in late, we do have a deadline, and when revisions are submitted, the morning of or the night before, and I haven't had an opportunity really to think about and review all of the material, even though we've had a quick presentation today. It gives me pause, and also if you read any of the letters of objection that are included in the submissions today, and you hear from those in opposition, I think the term lack of transparency seems to come through, and I'm having a difficult time understanding this application. I also think that the drawings are, even though they're, and I don't mean this in a pejorative sense or simplistic, they're not giving me enough information. Also, some of the improvements that we've heard today are not included in the drawings. So I'm not prepared to support it today, and I also have a concern with the lack of landscaping period on this property, and so that is something that I'm having a difficult time supporting, so I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Ms. Brazier?
Yeah, thank you everyone for the discussion so far. I similarly to, seems like the majority of folks here, have too many questions left unanswered here. In theory, I am very much in support of the creation of larger rental units, but in this case, it does feel premature given that we aren't actually increasing the number of rental units on the site, and the impacts on existing rental just seem too much at this time. But with some further clarifications and some further work with the existing tenants, I think that this could move to a position of being supportable in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Brazier. And for myself, I listened to both Mr. Ghosh and Mr. Reid, and I'm swayed somewhat more by Mr. Reid's arguments. I think this having this application, which was previously deferred, is an opportunity to come back with a really clean application, and somehow that opportunity seems to have been missed, which leaves all sorts of questions. And the point that Mr. Lombardi made about transparency, I think any application that needs or is desirous of approval, I think should come in as clean as possible, as transparent as possible, to get it through, because our job is not to impede housing, impede applications, but to hopefully guide it to a fruitful resolution. So yeah, I find this a difficult application to support. And on that note, I'll...
might I make a few more comments
Sure,
just before the
sure,
vote? So, based on the comments we've heard, it seems that this is likely to be refused, and that's fine. As I gave the reasons why I thought that would be reasonable of members, and it seems as though it's going to be refused on reasons in line with that. I do want to make the comment that, you know, the applicant had two opportunities to defer this at the start. One, when confronted with planning staff's recommendation, and the second after they heard how seriously members took that and some of these concerns, and decided to go ahead regardless. I think one of the missed opportunities with this application is whatever's happening to those basement units. And it sounds as though there was perhaps, you know, and maybe this isn't entirely accurate because it was an answer to our questions without consulting with the owner, but perhaps there was this sense of, oh, well, 6 units will be easier to approve than if we had 9 units or 8 units and retained those basement apartments. And I would suggest that, you know, the applicant maybe rethink that, and agents recognize that the city's thoughts on intensification of sites like this have been changing. The membership of this committee has been changing to reflect, you know, and are expected to reflect that vision. And personally, I think this would have been more supportable if it was adding housing. So, you know, maybe something to consider. And then also, it was deferred back in 2024. They had plenty of time to come back here with it done right. So I won't be voting to refuse it because for the reasons I said, I think on the merits, just simply looking at the numbers and what we have, I have enough evidence to me to say that it's minor, but I just wanted to make those comments on the things that maybe the applicant should reflect on as they look at something new for this site.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh. Okay, I'll be looking for a motion. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. For the reasons I stated before, I don't believe that this application is minor. I think that the outcomes of it would be non-desirable. So for that reason, I move that we refuse the application.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Through the chair, refuse as amended, the height variance?
Pardon me, yes, refuse as amended.
Thank you. Ms. Blazero, seconding. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. 4, and all those opposed? 1. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. The application has been refused. Okay, let's move on to item number 22. Item number 22 is 205 Forest Hill Road. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a rear ground floor deck, a rear 2nd-story balcony, and a rear 3rd-story terrace, and a rear basement walkout. The committee had before the following communication: copy of the minutes from February 12, 2025 public hearing, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, covering letter from the agent, arborist report, pruning plan, and tree protection plan, and presentation materials from the agent, 1 form letter in support from 219 Forest Hill Road, and opposition correspondence from 191 Chaplain Crescent and 201 Forest Hill Road. We also have an arborist report in support of opposition letter from 201 Forest Hill Road. And that's it, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 2 registered speakers in opposition, both with the same address. I'll unmute them one by one, but I would like to let you know.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Layton, are you there? Mr. Layton?
Adam, you've unmuted.
Apologies.
Good afternoon, Mr. Layton.
Geez, I was connected to the wrong microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Could we
Chair.
get your name and address, please?
My name is Adam Layton. I'm Associate Principal with Goldberg Group. We're located at 2098 Avenue Road.
Thank you very much. We will require a presentation as we have a couple of folks in opposition.
Certainly. I do apologize, but my presentation would be in the very late folder that we were advised of a typo in the cover slide, so we sent that in yesterday. So apologies if that didn't make the rounds, but the substance of the presentation is the same as the version that would have been provided prior to that. If I could go to the next slide, we were engaged following the deferral of the consideration of this matter from the February 2025 minor variant or committee meeting. Since that time, my client has worked with city urban forestry staff to undertake a root investigation on the property. That was undertaken as summarized in the report that was provided earlier this year. City staff, as well as the arborist from Davie Resource Group, which I understand has submitted correspondence for the neighbor to the east of the property, were both present. The root inspection was undertaken under the direction of urban forestry, and as a result of that, we note that they've simply provided the standard condition requiring a tree removal permit, for which we have no issue. The property in question, as you recall, is shown here outlined in red. It's north of Forest Hill Road, abutting the K. Gardner Beltline Trail, just a little bit west of Avenue Road. If we could go to the next slide. The proposal is to remove the existing dwelling and construct a three-story replacement dwelling. I've done my best to outline the variances in the general area to which they apply. We have two variances for building length and depth, which are unchanged from the prior consideration. Similarly, the variance for the floor space index is unchanged. The side yard setback variances are unchanged, although, as I will get to in a later slide, the east side yard, or the one at the bottom of the page, has been, there is no longer a poured walkway proposed in that area as a means to help mitigate and protect the trees in question along the joint property line. If I could move to the next slide, these are related to the variances for the rear wall platforms. And I would note that in part, the walkout nature of this property does lead to the need for the variance for increased FSI. Basement does count as floor area where it is above grade, and it also does prompt the multiple platforms. As you could imagine, if the grade of the property was flat, the lower platform would be considered a deck, and we would not have multiple platforms. From the last hearing, there still is the rooftop terrace that's incorporated into the pitch of the roof that you'll see at the top of the image on the left of the slide, but the size of that has been reduced, and that is no longer subject to a variance. So that has been reduced. Variance 5B is related to the second floor balcony. It does exceed the size required in the bylaw, and we are seeking relief from that. However, we are showing a privacy screen there or certainly can accept a condition for a privacy screen, if not shown on the plans, to address any concerns of the neighbor with respect to privacy and overlook. Finally, the next slide, probably the most important given the nature of the objections that we've received thus far, are the changes that have been made to the plans for the dwelling to help protect those trees in question along the shared property line with I believe 211 or 201 Forest Hill Road. So as I noted earlier, on the site plan, the previously contemplated poured stairway in the side yard is to be removed. That will remain as is. So that helps mitigate injury to those trees. Additionally, on the basis of the root inspection, the lower level of the building, which you'll see in the middle of the page, we've added a notch into that basement level and then cantilevered the second floor. That helps protect the roots in that area. And we've also, again, we have undertaken all of this in lockstep and in full transparency with urban forestry. Again, I would note that they generally are in support with standard conditions. And I would suggest that I guess, for lack of a better term, disagreement between the two arborists for my client and the adjacent property is, in my opinion, better left for the tree permit process. Otherwise, I believe the adjacent owner, in fact, said in their letter that they have no issues with the zoning merits. They're just concerned with the trees, and certainly we are as well. It's our intent to continue to explore all means to protect and preserve these trees. And we, have demonstrated that through the provision of the root investigation, the pruning plan that's been provided, and we're happy to continue those discussions through the permit investigation or permit application process. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any of the questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at the moment. If not, we'll hold them for later. Thank you.
Through the chair, I will just note for the record that there was two very late reports received from Ravine and Natural Features Protection, and they're just stating that they have no conditions. Staff can show that on the screen. We'll scroll down. Sorry, not the advisory memo, Stanley, but the condition memo. So Ravine has checked off that they do not have any conditions with this application. They have, however, provided an advisory memo with just advisory comments, which staff can also share on the screen right now. I'm not sure if the applicant has had a chance to see this yet.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, these are the I guess, comments or conditions that I was referring to. We have reviewed, we fully agree, and again, it is our intent through the permit process to mitigate any injury to these trees and attempt to ensure their viability long-term.
Thank you very much. Okay, on that note, we can move on to the folks in opposition. I believe we have two folks in opposition, but they look like they're from the same address. So we only need, either they're going to share their 5 minutes.
Jonathan, you've unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can. Your name and address, please?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Jonathan Robinson. I am the neighbor to the east at 201 Forest Hill Road.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Just before you proceed, we have two folks interested in Mr. Joseph Steinfeld and yourself. So between the two of you have 5 minutes, or either one of you can speak, or you can share your 5 minutes.
Yes, I will be sharing my 5 minutes at 50-50 with Mr. Steinfeld, my arborist.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So our comments summarize a letter of objection, arborist report filed with the committee. This objection is driven by the high likelihood of construction-related destruction of at least 5 of these mature protected trees. And you can see the trees in the photographs if you go forward a couple of slides from there. These are 8 subject trees within the tree protection zone. 5 of these, N1 through N5, are approximately 60 feet tall and blend seamlessly with a canopy of the K. Gardner Beltline Trail at the rear of the property. These trees provide excellent privacy between our properties. That's critically important here given the large outdoor spaces proposed in the variance application. All the trees are protected under ravine regulations and are located on our property. After the application was deferred in February 25, the applicant conducted a limited exploratory dig, and that was mentioned by the. While we appreciate certain design changes that address some of the privacy concerns, we believe that the applicant's updated arborist report is overly optimistic and based on factual inaccuracies with regard to our trees. Due to time constraints, I'll only focus on 2 of our 5 key issues. The first is the applicant's arborist did not physically measure the trees. This resulted in material errors and a significant understatement of tree protection zone encroachments. Using actual diameter, encroachments range from 31 to 39% for trees N1 through N5, well above the 15 to 20% generally accepted for tree survival. The applicant's encroachment calculations and scale drawings should therefore, respectfully, not be relied upon in this regard. Second, the exploratory dig was inadequate. The driveway area south of tree N1 was not examined at all, despite construction proposed within 1 meter of the trunk of N1. The dig near trees N2, N3, and N4 reached only 0.7 meters and did not extend to or below grade. 3 significant roots were identified, and then the dig was suspended. This is particularly concerning given that construction is planned within 1 meter of N4's trunk. We seek to maintain good relations with our neighbor, and we appreciate the offer of a privacy screen for the second floor balcony. However, we ask the committee to require all reasonable steps be taken to protect this tree canopy before construction proceeds, including resubmission of the encroachment plans based on accurate measurements and also the results of a more meaningful exploratory dig. That forms the basis of our objection, and I'll turn my remaining time over to Joseph Steinfeld, my arborist.
Thank you very much.
Uh-oh, the clock's ticking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we'll reset the time for you. Add on
Yeah,
some extra
sorry
time.
to play NHL ref, but I believe it was 2 minutes, 20 seconds when Jonathan wrapped up. Could you please reset the clock?
Your name and address, please.
Hi there. Greetings, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Joseph Steinfeld. I'm an ISA certified arborist with Davey Resource Group. We're located in Hamilton, Ontario. I'm a resident of Toronto, acting as agent on behalf of Jonathan Robinson at 201 Forest Hill Road. As he provided, we've supported him through the duration of this committee of adjustment application in providing context and assessment of the impacts to his trees. As he said, these trees provide valuable privacy screening and shade for his property, and therefore he wishes to retain them in good condition and maintain the enjoyment of his property. We wish to see it that these trees be properly protected should the application be approved and construction move forward. However, we do want to highlight outstanding issues that we have with the plans. First off, the proposed encroachment into the TPZs of Mr. Robinson's trees, we believe, in our opinion, to be more severe than is advisable. We do not believe that these trees will maintain their currently healthy condition and may in fact decline and die due to the proposed injuries. And as illustrated in the letter provided to the committee, if you can go one more page down, the tree protection plan provided with this application underreported the TPZ distances and encroachments. They did not account for the trunk diameter in calculating the radial distance at which to lie the tree protection zone boundaries. So we have calculated larger than expected encroachments into each tree protection zone, going beyond the maximum that is typically applied in terms of expecting a tree to survive or not. Also, I want to point out, based on the proposed plans, it is expected that shoring will need to be installed along the property boundary due to the depth and size of the basement, further encroaching into the root system of these trees above the proposed encroachment from which the tree protection plan is drawn, which only account for up to about a foot or two from the boundary, raising the level of impact that will be inflicted upon them. And I just want to point out, whether or not there is a poured walkway at the surface would be rendered moot if the entirety of the property up to the line was excavated for shoring and foundation work. That's typically required. Usually up to about 3 or 4 feet of additional digging outside of the foundation wall is required, which would consume the 0.927 meter applied for setback. And I will point out this item in particular does relate to the variances that are applied for, one of which is the east side yard setback, as building a new foundation closer than the predetermined 1.5 meter setback under the bylaw places the foundation and excavation much closer to Mr. Robinson's trees. The proposed cantilevered portion of the rear of the house, as provided in the amended plans, only protects a small amount of the root area. I do want to point out that additional excavation within and surrounding the rear stairwell on the rear wall of the property and the rear patio will require additional digging into the grade that was not explored during the root exploration, in addition to the driveway out front.
Mr. Steinfeld, you're running out of time. Could you
So
wrap up, please?
now, we just ask that you consider these concerns in your review, understanding the concerns of the direct impact to Mr. Robinson's property that this proposal imposes. And I just want to thank you for your time and any questions.
Thank you very kindly. Any questions for either, Mr. Ghosh has a question.
Yeah, for the arborist, Mr. Steinfeld, do you have any recommendations on how they could approach this that would better protect the trees?
So the primary concerns that we have that we wanted to point out were the impacts to trees N1 and N4. So N1 at the front of the property will be subject to impacts from the driveway. So we have not seen any sort of plan to protect the roots that will be extending underneath the driveway when that is constructed. You'll notice that the proposed excavation goes clear across the TPZ of that tree, and the exploratory digging did not explore that area that the cursor is hovering over. The exploratory digging that the agents mentioned only focused on space surrounding the existing foundation of the house. So that is one of our two concerns, that we would want to see some level of root safe exploration as a condition, if not a change to the layout of the driveway to move that construction further away from tree N1. And then at the rear, we do have concerns over the feasibility of cantilevering a portion of the rear of the house if there is also going to be additional construction of rear decks, balconies, stairwells, what footings would be required for them, be them sonotubes or foundations, the patio work that's going to happen in the back. Essentially, we see this tree protection plan as an overly optimistic plan that doesn't account for the realities of construction work and the amount of additional digging beyond proposed surfaces and structures that is typically required of such construction projects. So we would hope to see those impacts accounted for in the plans and hopefully reduced in either a future submission or as a condition of future site plans.
Thank you. Ms. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. In reading the applicant's arborist report, it indicates that 8 trees on the site need to be removed, but it also says that revisions to the plans eliminates the need to remove 3 trees at 201 Forest Hill Road, your client's property. Do you agree with that?
I don't, because in our opinion, we still see the injuries to trees N1 through N5 as being too severe for the trees to survive. Now, it is true that objectively these trees do not require removal to complete the work. They are not physically in the way of construction. However, if construction were to proceed the way that it is planned, in our opinion, would leave these trees in a structurally deficient or declining state due to the root loss. And that's not to speak to the pruning plan, which we agree is conservative in scope and would only account for the shoring piles that would need to go in along the property boundary, but would still result in some loss of crown branches, which could further destabilize these trees.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that we don't have anybody else? I take it at the point. Okay. Let's get Mr. Layton back so that he can provide some feedback to the folks in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I don't want to get into a he said, she said between arborists. I'm not an arborist myself. We seem to have, like I said, a difference of opinion between 2 arborists. If I were to, just be a little more casual and suggest that the tiebreaker in this case goes to the city, urban forestry has provided a standard condition for a tree permit. We have no issues with this. We also agree that we want to protect these trees. I think it should be noted that, at least based on the image on screen right now, any replacement dwelling on the property would impact these trees. And certainly, I don't believe it would be the intent of anyone involved to hold my client's right to redevelop or rebuild a house on the property for the sake of a couple of trees. I would note specifically, taking issue with a couple of points that were raised, that in fact the route exploration did specifically look at N1 as per the direction of city staff who were present, and as I believe Mr. Steinberg, apologies if I got the name wrong, the representative from Davie was present. What was conveyed to me, and I believe this is shown in the photographs that are contained in the exploratory route dig report, show that they extended it about 1 meter south of the existing front wall of the house, at which point they hit a concrete slab underlying the driveway, the existing driveway, that was between 6 to 8 inches thick. The decision was made to not break up that slab, which I think we could all appreciate. And my understanding is that, and as shown on the plans, the existing driveway goes right to the property line. The replacement driveway actually is pushed further away from the property line by at least 1 meter. So the only impact to tree N1, again, I'm not an arborist, but I've done enough of this to know a little bit, the only impact to that tree would be through the removal of that existing slab, which I'm not sure would even need to be removed, but if it were, I would imagine, and I've seen it happen, that hand removal could be an option under supervision of an arborist to ensure that tree N1 is not impacted. Aside from that, I will simply reiterate that the entire route exploration was undertaken on site with city staff, with Davey present. The reason that it was stopped, to my understanding, in the rear yard, and again, this is supported by photos in the report itself, was due to digging down and encountering utilities, at which point it's my understanding that that is a common practice to stop explorations when you meet utilities. And the decision was made not to remove the what I believe is referred to as a planter bed along the joint property line, simply because, at least as was conveyed to me by email from the master arborist that undertook the route exploration, was that is less of a planter and more of a retaining wall, and we did not want to get into altering retaining walls. Suffice it to say, again, we accept the condition to go through the permit process, and I think it would be more appropriate to discuss these options for how to protect and preserve these trees without destruction during that process. And again, we would support a condition to that effect.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if colleagues have any questions for you at this point. No? I do have a question for you, if I may, Ms. Layton. You mentioned earlier that you're putting up a privacy screen on the second floor balcony. Is that on the west side or the east side?
That would be on the side facing 201, where the side yard setback is.
I think that's the east side, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And in the same vein, the rear deck looks like it's elevated. Mm-hmm. Would the same thing apply for the rear deck, because it's also to the end of the house? I wonder if a privacy screen may be attached to the same east side, because on the west side you've got stairs going down.
Correct. I don't believe that would be of issue to my client.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Let me see if anybody with any other questions? No, in which case we'll take it into committee and deliberate. Okay. Maybe I'll just start off the comments. I looked at this application, and I think the variances that are being requested are all quite reasonable. The only concerns I really had were with the privacy screens, and potentially I forgot to ask Mr. Layton about the driveway, whether that could also be permeable, because he's got a permeable platform at the back in front of the pool. So that would be the only concerns I would have. TRC has indicated they don't have any concerns other than some advisory comments. Forestry hasn't weighed in. So all in all, I think this is a supportable application. Mr. Reed?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think I commend the applicant and the agent for doing some work that they were supposed to undertake following the last deferral, and it sounds like there's been positive movement between them and the city and the neighbor. So that's positive, and I do believe that they can continue working together to hopefully find something that is successful from the eyes of urban forestry. But I do believe that the variances are are relatively minor.
Any other, Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur. I'm looking at the proposal, and I believe it'll complement what is, to me, an evolving neighborhood context, both through scale, massing, and also architectural design. I think that the variances for building depth, length, and FSI, similar variances have been approved in the area, in the neighborhood. And I also note that the applicant is providing ample rear yard amenity space and landscaping. So, and based on that, and also I'm looking at the January 6, 2026 letter from Urban Forestry, and if you read that letter and the advisory comments, it's quite clear that, and I'm comfortable, that the issue of the trees and the impact on the trees will be addressed through the permit process, and I'm comfortable. I would be comfortable supporting this application because I do think it meets the 4 tests in the Planning Act.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. If nobody else has any question, I'm just going to get out of committee and ask Mr. Layton about the driveway. So if you could bear with me. Mr. Layton, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Layton, I was just wondering, you've got permeable pavers at the back. I wonder if the driveway could be equally permeable.
We haven't had a specific discussion with our client about that, but I'm sure that that could be entertained. My only concern, again, would be, needing to break up that existing driveway slab, which could pose an injury to the tree. But again, subject to how the permit works out, I don't see that being of concern.
Thank you kindly. So we won't put it in as a condition, but I would certainly like to trust that you will proceed and hopefully it works out as a permeable space. Okay, thank you very kindly. We'll take it back into committee. Who'd like to run with this particular one? Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. For the reasons we discussed before, I'll move approval of the application, subject to there being privacy screening on the east side of both the second floor balcony and the ground floor deck, and subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Through the chair, that's ravine and natural features protections condition. And it is technically number 1 they've checked off.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Lombardi, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Layton, you have unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, too. Take care. All right, moving on to item number 23. Item number 23 is 877 Ossington Avenue. The purpose of the application, pardon me, to construct a new 3-story building, 6-plex, with front and rear below grade and at grade patios, front balconies on all stories, 1st story to 3rd story, rear 1st and 2nd story balconies, as well as a side, south uncovered ramp leading to the platform of the recessed portion of the building, which provides 6 separate unit side entrances. Also to construct a rear ancillary structure, storage enclosure for waste, and 5 stacked bicycle parking spaces. A total of 6 residential dwelling units will be located on this lot. The committee had before it copies of the minutes from the February 19, 2025 public hearing, and copies of the minutes from the June 11, 2025 public hearing, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, a cover letter from the agent, email correspondence to neighbors at 195 and 196, 871 and 879 Ossington from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, and staff reports from urban forestry and community planning. Okay.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and two registered speakers, one in interest and another one in opposition. And also we have another registered speaker in interest at 380 Shaw Street, but I couldn't reach the speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's start with Mr. Dervish.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dervish. I wonder if you might just give us your name and address for the record, please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Costa Dervish. I'm a registered planner with Studio Deep. We're located at 197 Spadina Avenue in Toronto, and I'm appearing as an agent for the owner of 877 Ossington Avenue.
Thank you very much. We'll require a presentation as we do have a couple of folks either in interest or in opposition. Mr. Dervish, so if you can, we've got 5 minutes for a presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank
okay.
you.
So we're before you today following, with this application, following multiple deferrals to confirm that all outstanding issues supporting the proposal have been addressed in our view. Today's submission reflects, and perhaps we can go to the next slide, reflects a formal agreement between the owners of the subject lands and local neighbors. This project represents a significant evolution based on extensive feedback from city planning staff, the local councillor's office, and the nearby local neighbors. So the subject property is located in a designated neighborhood along a major street and also within a protected major transit station area. The site is currently occupied by a one-story attached dwelling, and the revised proposal has been carefully designed to fit within the physical character of the street. Next slide, please. During the initial design process, Official Plan Amendment 727 and relative amendments to the zoning bylaw were a central component, which permitted a max height of 6 stories along major streets. An initial pre-consultation proposal was proposed a 5-story 10-unit apartment building. This has since been scaled down. This had since been scaled down to 4 stories. Following extensive engagement with Councillor Diane Sachs' office, city planning staff, and local neighbors, the application was deferred several times for further refinement. Next slide, please. In early September 2025, a breakthrough was reached with local neighbors, whereby the proposal was revised to a 3-story 6-plex building, which we have before the committee today. Next slide, please. This design layout resulted in a signed agreement with neighbors at 871, 879 Ossington Avenue, and 195 and 197 Pendra Street, and was submitted to the committee. The proposal now envisions a 6-plex building, 10.4 meters in height, and with a building depth, a max building depth of 26.19 meters. Key revisions include moving the building footprint closer to the street to maximize the rear yard setback, removing the 3rd-story rear balcony for privacy, and adding a rear yard ancillary building for waste and bicycle storage. And these changes significantly reduce shadow and privacy impacts on adjacent rear yards in our view. Next slide, please. The current submission drastically reduces the perceived massing in our opinion. The height has dropped from an initial height as submitted to the committee of 13.6 meters with the mechanical penthouse all the way down to 10.4 meters. Next slide, please. Setbacks have been enlarged at the rear. The rear yard setback has almost nearly doubled to 13.5 meters. The density has dropped from 2.14 to 1.22. And the proposed housing mix has been revised to include 2 1-bedroom and den units, 2 2-bedroom units, and 2 family-sized 3-bedroom units, all highly livable in our design view based on ceiling height, layout, and floor area. Next slide, please. So we have reduced our request from 23 variances down to just 5 currently based on the 6-plex proposal. The front yard setback has been reduced to 4.3 meters to maximize the rear yard as requested by staff and neighbors. A 26.19 meter building depth has been agreed upon with neighbors to optimize livability of the internal unit layouts. Variances 3 and 4 allow for an accessible ramp to the bicycle and garbage storage and also the building entrance. And the variance for side main wall height of 10.4 meters is required to optimize the internal living space of the units. Next slide, please. So in our view, so this slide just visualizes each of the 5 variances. And just to move on and wrap up, the next slide, in our opinion, the proposal meets the 4 tests and should be considered minor. It supports gentle intensification and missing middle housing while remaining contextually sensitive to the local neighborhood as per the intent of the official plan. Entered the zoning bylaw with a lessened scale, setbacks while accommodating a modest density. Impact of the variances is mitigated through increased setbacks, reduced height, and the removal of the 3rd-story rear balcony, highlighting all variances as minor in nature. And finally, it delivers compatible housing through a collaborative, successful planning process through proposing an already permitted 6-plex building type, and in our view, an appropriate use. So just in conclusion, this application represents a mutually agreed upon outcome that respects the neighborhood and addresses Toronto's housing needs. We respectfully request its approval of the application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dervish. I think while you were slightly over, I think it was a very good presentation that clarified a lot. Thank you so much. We do have a couple of folks in interest or support, and perhaps we can go to those folks.
Eric, you've unmuted.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon. Could we get
Oh, hi, sorry. I'm not in support. I'm in opposition.
Oh, okay, that's fine. If you could get your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Eric Mendez Cardenas, and I am in Unit 1 of 879 Ossington Avenue.
Thank you very much. You've got 5 minutes to make your case.
Okay, yeah, I live with my partner and my dog next door and north of this building. I oppose the application based on the absence of any parking, the size of the building, and the prolonged negative effects on us. So first of all, I believe with 6 units, this place has no visitor parking. And according to Chapter 205.10.1, there should be at least 2 parking spots. So that is a variance that's not in the application. I also believe that with 6 units, 4 of them being family size, I think it's unrealistic for 4 to possibly 6 families to move in there and not have a single parking spot. One of those families, at very least, I'd say at least 3 of those families will probably decide to purchase a car. The street parking around here is already saturated with cars. And if you go around this neighborhood, you'll see that there's many families here and many of them do have cars. That's just the reality of it. The proposed building size, so the proposed depth of 26.19 meters is 38% higher than the 19 meters that are allowed by the bylaw, which I believe is not minor. I'm also concerned with the amount of small side setbacks on the application. It's worth noting too that the decrease in the amount of variance is because the applicant is now looking at the 2013 zoning bylaw rather than the 2014 zoning amendment. So if we look at the 2024 zoning amendment, which is supposed to be development friendly, the side setbacks were actually increased for 1.8 meters for a 25 meter length apartment building, and actually 7.5 meters for anything that's past 25 meters, which for a lot of this size would actually be not possible. And I think that's worth thinking about because that means that the development friendly zoning bylaw intentionally makes it impossible to essentially build a building of this size in a lot this small. So, and it's also worth remembering why we have those side setbacks, right? They're safety buffers for constructions and for fire, and they also have a sunlight impact. They reduce the sunlight impact to the neighbors. I did some quick math and saw that if we actually use the zoning bylaw amendment of 2024, the actual square area that could be used would be about 118.75 square meters, going by all these setbacks. And this proposal has actually 168 square meters, which is 40% higher than what the 2024 development-friendly bylaw would allow. So again, I would not qualify that as minor. And because construction is going to be right next to us, it's going to be very disruptive. Those side setbacks, again, matter there. And just the bigger the building, the more construction time, and also the less sunlight that is going to go into our building and all the units in this triplex here at 879 Ossington. And I believe, that kind of summarizes everything I had to say about my position.
Thank you very much for your input. The agent will provide some feedback to you in good time. And now we'll move on to the next speaker.
Monica, you've unmuted.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Monica Yerushanik. I'm the property owner at 879 Ossington Avenue.
Thank you. Would you like to make your presentation, please? You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. So we're the neighbor, the landowner of the property immediately to the north. Again, Eric is one of our tenants. I did want to speak in support of the application. Again, throughout the process, we worked with a number of our other neighbors, and everybody is pro-housing, and we do all want to see increased housing supply within our neighborhoods. I do recognize that we are within a major transit station area, and yes, right now a lot of folks do have cars, but I can't imagine a time in the future where the subway and our transit infrastructure can take some of that load off. I did want to do a public thank you to the applicant and to their architect for the process, especially the progress that we started to make in September with the revised design, which is now reflected in the submission that you see before you. Our concerns with the original proposal was the height, again, severe shadow impact, the building depth, and the 10 units. So the reduction in height to the 3 stories plus the basement and the reduction in the building depth is much appreciated. And we do appreciate the outreach and the engagement with the community. So I think that they should get some public kudos for that. A couple of points of clarification. One is we want to just confirm the height of that auxiliary building at the back of the building. I didn't see any dimensions in the submitted drawing package. And again, we recognize that that's a great place for storage of waste and bicycles. We want to make sure that it is enclosed, keep down the rodents, the noise, and the smells, but just want to also make sure that the impact to the property to the north is mitigated. And I also recognize, again, some of Eric's comments as well. We want to make sure that we've got a good, productive relationship with the applicant through the construction process, especially around the areas where we share a property boundary line. That's it for me.
Thank you very kindly. And I think we have one more person in support by the looks of it.
No.
No, that's
no.
it?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. Mr. Dervish, can we get you back?
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Dervish. I wonder if you could just provide some feedback to what you heard.
Yes, well, thank you, Monica. The words are greatly appreciated, and we also feel good about the process and the end product that we feel that we have here today. Yes, I'm looking at that now, and yeah, it seems like there's an omitted dimension, but yeah, it would be around an 8-foot max building. Nothing, it wouldn't trigger any variances So it would be in line with what we had been, the dialogue throughout this process, which was a point raised by neighbors at 195 and 197 Pendrith. In terms of the other speaker, as Monica mentioned, we are located in the Ossington Avenue Protected Major Transit Station area, so we do not require any parking per that bylaw. To the points about the side yard setbacks, I would just note that the proposal actually increases what is from what is currently occupied on the subject site, which I believe is 0.7 meters to the. Let me just confirm that we have 0.45 meters to the north and 0.7 to the south. So we're actually increasing that quite a bit, and we aren't asking for relief from the bylaw for that aspect. The depth of the building had been reduced, and that was one of the major sticking points, and we do feel that the reduction it does do the job in retaining the livability of those units in this sixplex. It is a very long site. You'll note that the rear yard setback is 13.5 meters, which is almost double what is required. So it is, in that sense, we do acknowledge the existing bylaws, but also it is an irregular proposal that requires a site-specific response, and that's what we feel like the architectural design is doing, and we're very happy with that. So I hope that I've answered all the questions that have been raised by the speaker. Happy to provide any clarification if I missed it.
Thank you, Mr. Dervish. Let me just see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you. If not, we'll take it into committee.
Through the chair to the agent, just a point of clarification. You submitted this application on a zoning waiver, not a zoning review, this latest iteration, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So staff will make note for the minutes. If you can just show the public hearing notice, please, on the screen. We're just going to change for the minutes where it says ZAP in brackets. We're just going to clarify that that was submitted via waiver. I'll just have staff pull that up on the screen and the public hearing notice. You want to just zoom in. Right, so there where it says ZAP, we'll change that in the decision notice to waiver, just for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, we'll take it in committee, and Mr. Lombardi, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start by saying that I congratulate the applicant for making the revisions that have been submitted and attempting to address, and I think it wasn't just an attempt, I believe they have addressed the concerns that were raised by community planning, as well as some of the residents of the neighborhood, and it's reflected in the proposal which we have before us. I think that this is the type of proposal that was envisioned by the city when they introduced the EHON, or the expanded housing options in neighborhoods initiative in 2021, I believe. And let's not forget that this is, Ossington is considered an avenue. It's also a major street and part of that initiative. I've lost track in terms of how many initiatives have come forward from the city, how many are parts are before the OLT, but I believe that this is a type of proposal that reflects the type of missing middle housing that is really needed in the city. Having said that, I think it's an appropriate location. It's appropriate mid-rise development for the area, and of course it's located within a PMTSA. And for all those reasons, I would support the proposal, the application, and the variances being requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, observations? Yeah, Mr. Ghosh?
Yes, and so just to address the concern about parking that the neighbor had, I mean, this is to each their own in terms of having a car, but this is 330 meters is what I calculate from Ossington subway station. You know, many people choose not to have a car, and the people that choose to rent here will probably pay a premium for being in that much of a proximity to a subway. I know when I rented, I always did. I feel like, so, well, firstly, I think it's very supportable. I was here when it was most recently deferred, and I look back at that planning staff report recommending deferral or refusal for it being an overbuild, if not, when it was a 10-unit building. And frankly, I disagree with that staff report. It's hard to say that, you know, we're going to direct our growth to major transit to areas. We're going to direct our growth to major streets. And then when you have a property that's a bungalow, the bungalow being what's out of place, somewhere like Ossington, to say that we can't put a 10-unit apartment building there, well then, you know, how do these things square? Now, that being said, I think the previous proposal with 10 units and an elevator, and it was going to be a more substantial apartment building, was quite appropriate for this site, but I also think the sixplexes, and there are pros and cons to both. I think the large unit sizes, I think the way that they have the side entrance and they each have their own individual entrance, I think it's going to be a highly desirable building, and I think the plan for the city is in time it's this sort of building that's actually going to line streets like this rather than the buildings that currently do. So yeah, definitely think it's minor. Just thought I would get a few of those other thoughts out there.
Mr. Reid, Ms. Brazier, any thoughts? Nothing? Yeah, just for my part, I just very quickly just wanted to say thank you to the agent, to echo one of the other folks that was speaking. Perseverance seems to have paid off, and also listening to critics of the initial projects and making adjustments. That's what compromise results in. So it's very good, great presentation. I look forward to a motion.
Sure, glad to move to approve.
Yes, please, go ahead.
So the variance is taken in the context, you know, if you look at them, there still are 5 variances. There are some reasonably large numbers, but taken in the context of this location on Ossington Street within a short walk of the subway station on an extra deep lot, to permit a sixplex with 6 quite usable, quite livable units. All of these variances are minor. They meet the official plan, the zoning, and are desirable. So I would move to approve it. And I don't believe we have any conditions left.
Urban
We do have a
Forestry 3.
We have
Forestry
Forestry 3. So subject to Forestry 3.
And it's a revised application.
As revised.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we
No,
have a
it's
second?
not, it's not revised since this present notice, so.
It's not an amended.
Through the chair, I think what Mr. Lombardi was referring to was just the correction from the ZAP to the waiver.
I see.
But we won't consider that as amended because the application's not amended. It's just more of a typo error that's corrected in terms of the waiver versus zoning review.
Great, thank you. Mr. Lombardi, second. Thank you very kindly. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Derbysh, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we take a...
Yes, we certainly can. 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, everyone.
Get ready for the stretch run.
Yes, everyone mute and turn off your videos, please. We'll resume in 10 minutes. Stanley, if you could put the notice up, thank you. Get some water. Apparently it's snowing. major storm coming at 8 o'clock, so.
Oh, this
All set. And we're back with item number 24. Item number 24 is 103 Malvern Avenue. And the purpose of the application is to construct a new rear two-story detached ancillary building containing 2 garden suites with 2 porches on the south wall. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of the minutes from October 1st, 2025 public hearing, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, pardon me, planning justification report also from the agent, and presentation materials from the agent. We also have commenting agency reports from community planning and urban forestry, correspondence in support from 101 Malvern, and from a second place, no address provided. We also have opposition correspondence from 85 Malvern and 99 Malvern Avenue. Okay.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and 1 registered speaker, but after multiple times, I tried multiple times, but I couldn't reach the speaker.
Okay, thank you.
And through the chair, that speaker's address was 99 Malvern Avenue. That
Matthew
staff
T.
were unable to reach.
Okay, thank you. So we really don't have anybody in opposition. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome, Ms. Nassau.
Yes.
If you don't mind, name and address, please, for the record.
Valerie Nassau, address is 1550 Kingston Road, Suite 1345 in Pickering, Ontario.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, since we don't have anybody in opposition, whether my colleagues would like a short presentation or have any questions? No? No? Okay. Another lucky day. All right. We'll, perhaps we'll just take it into committee and see what comments colleagues have, and then
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Who'd like to start off? Thank you, Mr.
I remember this from last time, and I think this is a really good application. I think the size of the lot and the odd dimensions make this, I think, acceptable from my perspective. I know the garden suite bylaw is very clear about having 1 and not 2 on the site, but the excessive area to the back, I think, makes this completely reasonable. And the second variance for similar reasons. But the fact that this has been designed with no angular plane, no side yard setbacks, that it's obviously there's been care taken, and I can see no negative impact of approving these 2 minor variances.
Thank you. Mr. Ghosh?
I'd just also say I do think it's improved from the previous application, albeit I wasn't involved in the previous, and I probably would have found the previous approvable as it was, but I do think it's improved the way that the building has been realigned to create 2 sort of wider units along that laneway going in. I think it'll be more attractive for the laneway and be nicer units. And I just wanted to comment that quirky lots require quirky solutions, and I actually find this kind of urbanism delightful, so.
Mr. Lombardi, were you about to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too find this application supportable, and to Peter's comment, the bylaw does restrict garden suites to 1 unit. However, if you read the final report from staff on garden suites, it does indicate that consideration for 2 suites is possible if, on larger or uniquely shaped lots, and I think this one falls within that category. And I also note that it doesn't require variances for building height, separation, soft landscaping, etc. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you very much. Ms. Brazier, any thoughts?
Nothing to add. No, I think it's
Thank you.
a very supportable application for all the reasons stated so far.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo Mr. Ghosh's comment about quirky lots. Context is everything, and I think that makes a huge difference. Who'd like to put forward a motion?
Peter might as well.
Mr. Reid, thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thanks, Chair. I'll move we approve the application subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Thank you. Do we have a second now? Mr. Lombardi, thank you. Pardon me. All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Nasso, you have a unanimous vote of approval.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Committee and Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Okay, and moving on to the next item on the agenda. Next item on the agenda is 45 Jones Avenue. Purpose of the application is to legalize and maintain the existing rear two-story addition, including a basement extension below with a walkout, a rear second-floor balcony above the garage, and side north exterior staircases, one leading to the ground level and one leading to the second level, which was constructed without an authorized building permit. This addition will be abutting the existing one-story detached ancillary building garage, will not be accessible through the main portion of the dwelling and will have separate accesses to each level. There will be one residential unit on this lot. Okay, the committee had before it a copy of the minutes from the October 1st, 2025 public hearing, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property, cover letter from the agent, and we have a staff report from community planning.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no other speakers.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Khanna, are you there?
My name is Richie Khanna. I'm on behalf of the agent for Diane Liu from R&R Designs.
Thank you. We don't have anybody in opposition, so we don't need a presentation from that regard. But I imagine my colleagues probably have some questions for you. And the other piece I was going to ask you, are you aware of planning department's recommendation that this application be refused?
Yes, I am aware of that. Yes,
Okay.
on this event, on this item, correct?
On this
Because I believe on this one item, I believe that's what we're here for. Because I believe we've complied to all the other comments, or in planning is either in favor for. So.
Yeah, it's with regard to this particular application, 45 Jones Avenue, the one before us.
Yes.
Yep, okay. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions or comments before we take it into committee. Mr. Ghosh?
Maybe you can you give us a history of how this building came to have such odd and irregular additions at the back?
Yeah, I definitely can do that. I believe about 30 years back, my client's father had put something together at the rear on top of the existing rear deck, added another story above it, and added more square footage to the existing structure without pertaining a building permit way back then. And since then, I know this file has been in our office in and out for several years. Like I started this thing back 10 years ago. It never actually went anywhere. Bylaw enforcement has got involved. I did talk to enforcement, and the whole intent of here is trying to legalize this as a multi-unit at some point. But first we were dealing with the, in phases. So dealing with the illegal, basically erected addition at the rear. From there, we're going to legalize as maybe a 2-family is what, or 3-family possibly in this future process. But I guess right now we're trying to get the variances passed so we can go on to phase 2 of this. So we are going to be increasing housing in this manner, but right now it's currently we're just trying to get the addition approved. That's been erected for past over 30 years from what I'm aware of.
May I just, sorry, Mr. Ghosh, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, I was interrupting.
So presumably you've had discussions with planning staff, especially since they're recommending refusal. And sort of just separately, I look at this and I do query whether it's minor, but that doesn't, it not being minor doesn't necessarily mean that it couldn't be there at all. Was there ever a conversation about whether this was appropriate for a minor variance versus, going for a rezoning and just more generally, maybe you can tell me about any conversations you've had with planning staff that resulted in sort of the report that we have before us.
No, I don't recall any conversation for absolutely a rezoning application. We tried to meet whatever criteria we could as far as eliminating some variances through the process. And again, like the father is no longer, he passed away probably 10 years back. So my client which is a daughter who has inherited this problem. And when I spoke to Laura from enforcement there, we were just trying to find ways to come to a conclusion to put this thing to an end. It's been an ongoing file for the City of Toronto for probably 20 years. And we're coming up with some ideas on how to tackle this. So I think this was our first approach, was to try to go through the minor variance process.
Okay. Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Khanna, in your December 3rd letter, December 3rd, 2025 letter, Committee of Adjustment, you talk about, you confirm one additional variance. Is that variance number 6 in the public notice?
Correct, and we're talking about rear landscape area, right? That we're troubling maintaining of 50%. If you see the rear garage, like we've got a double door and then landscaping buffer on either side, and we're not sure how else to enforce the landscaping at the rear.
And my second question is, variance number 3, you've revised that because, is that incorrect? It's now 0.86 is what you're proposing, right? The floor space index.
And the floor space index is at...
You said it's in your letter, you're saying it was incorrect as it's stated on the public notice. It's actually 0.86 as opposed to what you had was 0.68.
Correct, that is yes, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay,
correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just have one question for you, Mr. Khanna. You mentioned the father having done some construction without permission years ago. So I noticed there's one of the orders to comply is 2007. That makes 19 years ago. I'm not sure if that's the one that the dad was involved in. But there's another court order to comply for 2024, September 17th.
That's right.
Was that also related to some new construction that was going on?
Not at all, no. We're talking about the exact same thing. This has been going on since the original. Okay. I basically took over in 2024 on this matter. I also tried to get involved with the client 10 years back, and it kind of fell off the radar. But at about 19 years back, I think that's when this originally started, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just see if anybody else has any questions for you. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. I know that, and I guess maybe this is going towards your desire to have this eventually be a multi-unit place, but in the drawings it does appear that there's connections between the main house and this illegally constructed part. So how does that jive with the description saying that it's not accessible from the main house?
I have to correct that, but I believe currently it's running as a single family. We have access through one place right through to the rear addition.
Right, but I'm not sure where it says, in the purpose of the application, the third last line, it says it will not be accessible through the main portion of the dwelling and will have separate accesses to each level. Like, I'm not sure if is that shown in the drawings?
It would be in the drawings. In the full set of drawings that was submitted. It's a single family, and that's correct, but this access is separate.
Okay.
Our intent in the future application is to legalize it as, first we're trying to deal with the dwelling, the addition aspect of it, because that's what the order pertains. And then we're going to legalize as possibly a 2-family or possibly 3. We're not sure yet.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll take it into committee for,
Through the chair to the agent, just for a point of clarity, you did submit a very late cover letter that does confirm that the public hearing notice as sent out is correct and that the current floor space index is 0.68 and the requirement is 0.6. Is that correct?
Sorry, there was a mistake that planning, from my understanding, that planning had made on the, from the zoning examiner on that, so we had corrected it. The floor space index is 0.68.
Right. So the public notice that went out to the public, that's shown on the screen, staff will show it on the screen again, that is correct, right? You're not amending that variance. It's now corrected. Okay.
That's correct, yeah.
yes, Mr. Lombardi's got a comment.
Yeah, so Mr. Khan, I asked you that question. I said in your December 3rd, 2025 letter, you indicate that, you say, the second paragraph, additionally, regarding the previous zoning notice, please note that the FSI indicated was incorrect. The actual FSI is 0.86. Are we now saying it's correct? It was 0.68?
It's 0.68. I think there was some error from when it came in, it just said at 8.6, it's actually 0.68.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I might have misheard you there, I apologize.
Any other questions or comments? No, we'll take it into committee perhaps and deliberate. For my part, I always find this a difficult one when it's a question of construction having taken place without appropriate permissions. And in this particular example, the intent, once an addition is added, would create a huge, it's a massing effect. So I find this very problematic, and I'd like to err on the side of the recommendation from planning to refuse this particular application. Mr. Ghosh?
I have trouble with this application. I have sympathy for, inheriting something that's a problematic property. I have sympathy for, the agent trying to find a way to fix this for his client. And, it might even be easier for the city if we were to approve it. And there isn't, a groundswell of opposition in the neighborhood. That said, if we consider what our duty is in terms of what's a minor variance and what's not a minor variance, I can't imagine that the committee would approve this if it was coming to us where that section is unbuilt, and so I just don't think it's right to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
And in terms of the specific variances, it's not the FSI. I think the FSI is fine, to be honest, a 0.68 or even a 0.86 in this location. It's the depth and the rear yard setback. Those just are issues that aren't in keeping, and I kind of suggested it to the applicant that maybe what they need to seek is a rezoning, or this looks pretty dilapidated. Maybe someone should try to assemble a larger set here and do something bigger. I don't know. That's for them to figure out. But the depth and the rear lot, the rear setback, just to me are not minor.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Any other thoughts? No, Mr. Reid, no. Okay, so perhaps we'll look for a motion on this particular application.
Sure,
Mr.
yeah.
Ghosh?
So for the
Sure.
reasons that I just outlined, and despite my sympathies for those involved, I understand it's a sticky situation, but I just don't see these variances as minor. As I said, it's specifically the depth and the rear yard setback for a lot like this. And so I would move to refuse this application.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Brazier, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Khanna, it's unanimous refusal. Okay, moving on to item number 25. Oh, sorry, 26. Item number 26 is number 19 Galley Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a front covered porch extension, a rear 2-story addition with a partially covered ground floor deck, and a 3rd-story addition. Also to construct pardon me, a new 1-story ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway. The committee had before it copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, a staff report from Urban Forestry. Okay, and we have Mr. Angus Keen. Hi, good afternoon.
We have the agent here in person and no other speakers.
Perfect, thank you so very much. Name and address for the record, please, Mr. Skeen.
Yes, hi, I'm Angus Skeen. I'm the architect and agent, and the address 142 Glendale, Toronto.
Thank you so very much. Let me just see, because there's nobody in opposition, we don't need a presentation from that perspective, but let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. None? Oh, another good lucky day. I did have one question, and I think it was with regard to variance 4 and variance 5. I'm sure you must have been thinking of that. Yeah,
They're
that's
interrelated,
the one that'll pop up.
yeah.
Because your variance 4, of course, is deficient in rear yard soft landscaping, and the ancillary building, of course, exceeds it.
Yeah.
Is there some way where the one could be reduced and the other increased?
It's one of these things where obviously if the garage was reduced in size, the rear soft landscaping would bump up. I think you've got a situation where the owner has expressed a preference for this size garage. It's as simple as that. They realize they have no right to it. It's a more normative kind of 2-car garage scale, and so it's being put forward as a proposal, if you get what I mean. That's really the issue. So they would rather not change it because it's their preference. And if the committee, I think it's defensible in that neighborhood. There doesn't seem any concern from anybody about it. So, but that's the situation.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I suppose my concern was that if the soft landscaping is deficient by about 15%, which is significant in percentage terms. Yeah. So I think if the building, if we didn't have the soft landscaping issue and the building was as you are asking, there'd be no issue with the building itself. But I think the one.
No, for sure. No, you're actually right. It was the one thing I thought. Well, those two little interrelated things. Yeah, but as I said, it's simply coming from this is what they would like, and it's being laid in front of the committee on that basis, I guess.
I'll throw a question out. You don't have to answer it right away. I'll let my colleagues put form up. Do you have the capacity to reduce variance 5 and increase variance 6?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, it's in your hands. Oh, wonderful.
It's not in my hands, but it's like I can make a building smaller and I can plant some more grass.
And if you have the authority, that's something you can consider.
Yeah, no, I could do
Thank you. I'll not monopolize and ask my colleagues for any questions that they may have. No questions, Ms. Reid? None? Any thoughts? Ms. Lombardi?
I'll just echo your comments. I did have, I wrote down, I did have a question about the size of the garage and whether it could be reduced and the soft landscaping increased. So I'll just echo what you said.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Mr. Ghosh, anything to add?
I would, the comments that I have are maybe more appropriate in committee.
Okay. So maybe I'll ask Mr. Skeen if those two variances could be amended to improve the situation in one and, slightly
Sure.
less on the other.
Yeah.
And if that's something within your capacity to
I have
do
the
now.
capacity to do it. It's a case of if we're going to engage in it, it becomes an issue of the numbers, like simply the numbers. And for myself, I've lived in that neighborhood for a quarter century. I'm not sure dropping the garage to its 40 square meter maximum with the concomitant increase to some extent of some grass in the backyard would make a substantial difference to the quality of the overall project, if you get what I mean. Like, there's no, it's funny actually, I didn't supply you with any pictures, but you can see the backyard as it is now if you look at the tree photographs, if staff can bring up the tree photos. And all I meant to say is, there's actually no high board fences right now in this backyard. They're just the old wire fences. Yeah, you see the backyard picture in the upper, I guess the upper left, that is, right? Mm-hmm. And so neither of the neighbors have expressed any concern about the rear yard landscaping, and it's not like they're not participating in it, if you get what I mean. Like the fence, the backyards are quite open, so. I'm sort of squinting. I think that's the backyard, isn't it, in the upper left?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, if it, obviously, if it became something of importance to the committee to make a compromise, I would, but I just wanted to say that's my personal opinion of the outcome of such a compromise, if you get what I mean. I'm not sure it's of importance for the public good, if that makes any sense.
Mr. Reed?
It appears that the new garage is just slightly bigger than the existing one, right? And,
the existing one's a big rambling old barn of a thing.
And
yeah.
further back a bit, right?
Probably. I'd have to look at the site plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at the site plan, it's the dotted line shows the existing footprint, and it's really not that much different. The biggest change is that it goes side to side.
Yeah.
Right.
That's full width. And you know what's funny about the side to side? Again, because of these 25-foot lots, and it's a world of back alleys, as you can imagine. There's a back alley back there, right? The side setbacks on these garages, if they don't hit up to something like 5 feet, they're just vestigial weird spaces where people store lumber and weird stuff. Like so, I think to the owner's point of like, look, I could use a garage, right? And I'm not really that interested in the space between the side of my garage and my fence. So could we please just ask them to go side to side and make it a reasonable length so we could park cars in there? That's really how it came about, so.
Yeah, and if you look at the dotted line as Member Reed pointed out, you can see the yard is actually increased by a foot or so.
And I would also offer, in conjunction with the fairly ample front yard soft landscaping, as a site as a whole, it seems to not be too much of an overage here, or underage.
Just another quick question. The existing pavers that's identified in the site plan, I take it that's permeable?
Is that in the front yard?
In the back.
In the back.
It's on A1.
Yeah, no, on A1 they come up as existing pavers.
It's existing, so
I would think they must be, yeah.
Are they bricks that are just?
Yeah, I would think. It's actually fun. Like, it's been a while since I did the drawing, so I'm honestly thinking, like, would we have any of those tree photos? But the backyard, they must be the existing path that goes to the, or a remainder from the existing path that goes to the existing garage.
Okay, thank you.
No, sure, it's fine. You've had a long, I've been here with you. It's been a long afternoon. There you go.
Okay, we'll take it into committee and look for a motion.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
No,
Ms.
go,
Gazio?
let's hear.
Go ahead.
I would move a motion to approve the variances with, just with urban forestry condition 1 as per the conversation so far. I don't see the variance related to the garage as being too much of an overage, and I think that we've heard good justifications for the variances requested.
And my only additional comment would be, I think it's refreshing and fair to hear, you know, this is just what they want, and we think it's reasonable. And looking at the plans, I tend to agree. So I guess I'm happy to turn that into a second.
Thank you. So we've got a motion on the floor with Ms. Blazier moving the motion, Mr. Ghosh seconding, and all those in favor. Oh, by the way, condition forestry number 1.
Oh, yes.
Before we forget. All those in favor? I concede to my colleagues.
No, I appreciate
argument.
it. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Take care. It's been unanimously approved. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 27 is 1596 Dundas Street West. And the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 3-story mixed-use building containing a ground floor commercial unit and 10 residential dwelling units by converting the existing storage space into 3 new residential dwelling units, 2 dwelling units in the basement, and one dwelling unit on the ground level. The existing 12 long-term bicycle parking spaces and 4 short-term bicycle parking spaces will be maintained and unaltered. There will be a total of 13 residential dwelling units on this lot. The committee had before it a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, decision number affecting the property, email correspondence from the zoning examiner, presentation materials from the agent, and email correspondence from transportation engineering. Pardon me. And we have a letter in support from the owner occupants of 1600 Dundas Street West.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and one registered speaker here in person.
Thank you. Mr. Brander, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you, Mr. Brander. We don't have anybody in opposition, but let me see if my colleagues either have we do have somebody in opposition.
Yes, I see.
So we will require a presentation, please.
Okay, certainly. Yeah, just to, I'll state my name first, and then I'll go into a brief presentation.
And address as well, please.
Yeah, it's Adam Brander from Brander Architects. Our address is 260 Carla Avenue, Suite 202D. And yeah, I'll present briefly on the variances applied for here. This proposal is for an interior alteration only with no proposed changes to the exterior of the building in order to accommodate 3 additional residential dwelling units. I'm here to request 2 variances. Firstly, one variance looks at bicycle parking. The zoning examiner identified an incremental ratio for bicycle parking associated with the 3 incremental units. On the folder is a transportation staff report summarizing that the overall bike parking provided actually fully satisfies the bike parking ratio requirements so that they're being met and that there are no concerns from transportation. The other variance, if we can refer to what's up on the screen, it looks at the mixed-use relationship of residential and commercial spaces within a mixed-use building. Here, a residential portion is proposed, technically in a location below the commercial portion, which requires a variance. So if we look at this diagram, we're just showing a colored building section diagram to illustrate the distinct separation of the residential portions in green, entirely beyond the commercial space, which is in orange. There's no direct adjacencies nor any above-below stacked relationship, as this clause is intended to consider in the zoning. Further, this particular building features small-scale light retail space. It's actually slated for a kids' bookstore tenancy, and it's felt that the variance is more to do with large-scale or intensive-use commercial spaces for larger-scale projects. And we've seen this variance commonly approved on other similar small-scale infill projects, especially within the context of bringing more needed residential units and the diversity of housing options in our city. We feel this is in alignment with the city policy. And yeah, these are my initial submissions and support, in addition to one letter of support from a neighbor. Variances seem entirely minor and supportable, and the proposal is desirable and appropriate. Welcome any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to person in opposition. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. If we could get your name and address, please.
My name is Jason Abrams, and my address is 1602 Dundas Street West.
Thank you. You've got 5 minutes to make your case. Thank you.
Sure. My concerns with this particular application stem from the originating agreements and the originating idea of the building and the property. From what I understand, they initially wanted 13 residential dwelling units, but reduced that in order to appease neighbors, and that there was a committee adjustment hearing back in February 9th, 2022, in reference only to the cantilevering of the building. My last understanding of this was that it was 9 residential units. Somehow it's now 10, even though the decision referred to 9 residential units. The additional unit is 250 square feet or 23 square meters. And that was the biggest issue that we had back then, was adding additional residential units is a great idea, but adding tiny, possibly quality of life issue units were a concern for us. And at the time they addressed those concerns. But what I'm looking at now is essentially storage closets being turned into units. So our only issue is that we wanted the committee to understand that there was a process that has been in place for 6 years, and it's up to you guys to make the decision therein. Obviously, we're in favor of additional units, but we're just concerned that below grade and essentially what was meant to be storage may not fulfill the city's desires. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Do we have anybody else, or is that this gentleman's the only person? Okay, we'll just ask Mr. Brander to respond to your comments. Mr. Brander, are you still there?
Certainly, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the gentleman's comments. Would you care to respond?
Certainly, I can respond to some of the points raised. I think, yeah, the initial application was for less units, actually. Years ago, it was just this opportunity came up, and the internal configuration, the way it was being developed, had this additional space. So there was an idea to increase the dwelling units. If we can look at the side elevation and the drawings, maybe it's a point just about the unit quality. Firstly, this property, when it was acquired, was it's been upgraded to a high quality of finishes and interior spaces throughout, certainly. And yeah, on this side elevation, you can kind of see, if you zoom in a bit, how the grading actually dipped towards the back of the site. So all of the windows for each of the units is actually entirely above grade. We're not even starting to look at window wells or anything like that. So the quality of light to the units is felt to be, of good quality, and the diversity of units being introduced with, some for rental, and some can be slightly lower rent, some can be higher. That's a desirable attribute to the project as well. If there's any other questions, happy to discuss them.
Thank you very much. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you. If not, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Any questions, concerns? Mr. Reid? Mr. Reid has some question for you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, well, kind of not going back to the process necessarily, but I was on the panel that approved this initial building. So what has changed since then? What was that area originally going to be, and then why are there now units being proposed in there?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. Initially, there was some storage space in some of these units, and there was some concern about, as going through construction, what the level of the ground floor would be, which would that allow for residential space on the lower level or not? And with some of the stair configurations that were developed into the building permit application, it kind of gave this extra space. So it was thought to propose this use as residential rather than storage.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, comments? None? Okay, we'll take it into committee. Thank you, Mr. Brandon. We'll take it into committee and any discussion, any chats. Maybe I'll start off and just note, just to note that we essentially have two variances before us, and both of them relate to, well, the first one relates to just parking, bicycle parking. And the second one may be a little bit more contentious, but certainly the first one doesn't seem to be an issue. So given that just the two variances that we have, it looks like a supportable application. I'm not sure if Mr. Reed's previous experience with this application.
No, I agree. I think the fact that they're the two variances before us, I do believe are supportable. The second one particularly because this is not underneath the commercial unit. I think that goes a long way. I appreciate the neighbor coming and looking out for his future neighbors. But it's hard for this committee to make judgments on the desirability of the units. They have to comply with the building code, and if they do that, then that's apparently fine. But I do take the point from the agent that, you know, the city does need a variety of different types and sizes of residential units. So I don't know. I think this is an acceptable application.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Any other thoughts, Mr. Ghosh?
I tend to agree, and the bike parking variance would be an issue if it weren't for, you know, the other 12 existing spaces, but I think in 13 residential units, 12 long-term spaces sounds reasonable. Yeah, and I think the agent did a good explanation of, you know, the portion that's below ground isn't actually below the bookstore.
Thank you. Looking for a motion.
Sure, Chair.
Mr. Reed?
For the reasons I stated, I'll move approval of the application without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Do I have a seconder? Sure. Mr. Ghosh, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Your unanimous vote. Mr. Brander, you have your approval. Thank you. It's been unanimous. Okay, moving on to item number 28. Item number 28 is 104 Marion Street. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2- and 1-house story detached dwelling by constructing third-story dormers, east and west side, a partial rear 1-story addition, pardon me, and a rear ground floor deck with stairs. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevation, and 13 photographs of the subject property. And
Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no other speakers.
Thank you. Mr. Joseph Dome, are you there?
Yes, Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Thank you very much. We don't have anybody in opposition, so we won't require a presentation from that perspective. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. If not, I think I do. Maybe I'll start off while they're thinking about. I'm just looking at your renderings. Thank you. They're quite useful. There's a balcony, a deck for it on the second floor, rear, and there's a deck and a balcony. Now, I think the balcony doesn't look like it's one that's totally it's accessible, but doesn't look like one where people are going to be sitting outside by the looks of it. But the deck on the second floor It looks like on one side, and I can't quite make out which side it is, it's probably the east side, I think, or maybe it's the west side, that may have overlook over the neighbors' properties, and I was just wondering if that would be, a privacy screen might be appropriate for that one. And you can tell me about the third floor, the third floor, whether the third floor could do with privacy screen, and I think both of them are on the east side.
Yes, what I would point out regarding the decks, for the application, I believe the variance associated with the deck is for the main floor.
Okay, not the second floor. The second floor one is existing?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a short presentation that would clarify all of these matters as far as the scope.
I don't think I need a presentation, but thank you. It's just a concern that I had, but I think you've explained it adequately. All right, let's see if there are any other questions for you. If not, we'll take it into committee and look for a motion. No? Okay. Can anybody prepared for a motion? Mr. Lombardi, thank you.
Yeah, I've reviewed the proposal, the four variances. They represent slight reductions or decreases in the requirements and a slight increase in the side main wall height. I note that there's no changes to the front elevation that are proposed, and that the dormers being proposed are on the sides facing each side lot line. So I have no issue with the proposal nor the variances that are being requested. I think they meet or satisfy the four tests of the Planning Act, and therefore I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application and granting the variances without, I don't see any conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. I have a second, Mr. Reed, seconds, thank you. And all those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval with a unanimous vote. Thank you, Mr. Dom. And moving on to item number 29. Item number 29 is 122 Holborne Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a new front one-story addition and closing the existing front porch. And we have two variances being requested. The committee had before it the following communication, pardon me, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, and we also have a 5-signature petition in support from owners and occupants on Holborne Avenue. Thank you.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no other speakers.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Bart Zook, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair.
Could we get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, of course. It's Bart Soki. I'm the architect and agent, and I'm at 257 Margaretta Street, Toronto.
Thank you very much. We don't have anybody in opposition, so we don't need a presentation from that perspective. My colleagues may have a question. If not, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. It's a fairly straightforward application. It's an enclosure of your front porch, which we see a lot of in Toronto. So let me see if we can do that. No questions. How about a
sure, a motion?
A motion. I think it's getting to that time of day. A motion.
Sure. As the chair just mentioned, it's quite common to see porch enclosures, and I'll say especially in sort of the East York area. Looking at the two variances in that context, I consider them to be minor, and for those reasons, move to approve it.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Ms. Blazier. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Zoke, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Take care. Okay, moving on to item number 30. All right, item number 30 is 130 Elizabeth Street. And the purpose of the application is to alter the development standards as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 588/2025 for a new 15-story mixed-use building east block fronting Bay Street by increasing the podium portions of the building heights, equipment height projections, and reducing the minimum height of the first story. Also, the new 43-story mixed-use building west block fronting Elizabeth Street will be reducing the size of one parking space length. This is currently being reviewed under site plan control file number 2025 1978-44 STE 11SA. There will be a total of 827 purpose-built rental units on this lot, 617 residential dwelling units, and 210 affordable dwelling units. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 13 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, heritage impact assessment, planning letter from David Hewen, Bosefields, as site-specific zoning bylaw and number affecting the subject property, presentation materials from the agent. We also have commenting agency reports from Heritage, Heritage Planning, a staff report from Community Planning, and we have one piece of correspondence in opposition from 111 Elizabeth Street, Unit 1029. Okay.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and one registered speaker in opposition. I tried multiple times, but I couldn't reach the speaker. The speaker is at 1230 111 Elizabeth Street.
Thank you. The only person in the room left, the last person standing. Thank you for your patience and endurance. We do have one person in opposition, so we'll need a brief presentation, please. Thank you. Oh, not available. How wonderful. The gods are shining on us today. Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues, I know this is the old Grey Coach project that's taking place. I don't know if any of my colleagues would like to have a presentation or have questions for you, but none, none, none. Even luckier. I certainly don't. I am very much in favor of this particular project. I think it's going to be quite a wonderful project when it's completed. So we'll take it into committee and come forth with a decision. Okay, Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And who amongst us in the committee hasn't at some point ended up at the old Grey Coach terminal? I can tell you as a university student, many trips. I'm in support of this application. I mean, the proposed variances conform to the OP policies. They meet the general intent purpose of the zoning bylaw. The proposed podium height increase is minor, and the revised massing, I believe, is appropriate for the site and fits the planned context. Heritage Planning has expressed no concerns, and again, they've indicated that the revised proposal maintains the overall configuration and massing of the development as described in the Heritage Impact Assessment that was done by ERA Architects. So I support it. I'm prepared to move a motion. I don't see any conditions. These are technical revisions, and as I said, I'm prepared to move a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Do we have a seconder?
Sure.
Mr. Ghosh, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. You have a unanimous approval. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number 31. Item number 31 is 1002 to 1006 St. Clair Avenue West. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story mixed-use detached building by constructing 2 additional dwelling units that will occupy portions of the basement level, ground level, and second level of the building. The existing eating establishment use, 2 restaurants located on the ground floor, will be maintained and unaltered. There will be a total of 6 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit occupying a portion of the basement and ground levels, and 5 units occupying the second level. This application has a single variance requested. The committee had before it the following communication. Copy of plan of survey, site plan, 4 plans and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, planning opinion letter from the agent, a rental housing demolition and conversion declaration of use and screening form, and site-specific zoning bylaw number affecting the subject property. Okay. And we have...
Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no other speakers.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Fihili. I hope I pronounced that correctly, or if not, please correct me.
It's Mary Feely from SGL
Phoebe.
Planning.
Thank you. Could we get your address as well, please?
Yes, it's 157 Bloor Street West, Toronto.
Thank you very kindly. We don't have anybody in opposition, so we don't need a presentation. We've got a single variance that's being requested. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you. If not, none at all. Okay, we'll take it into committee and render a decision. All right. This is a single variance that seems fairly straightforward and doesn't look like anything that's problematic. Mr. Ghosh?
Sure, yeah. Happy to move to approve this. It is one variance that's going to permit adding 2 units to an existing multi-use building in a desirable location for that type of unit. I'm happy to move to approve it. I think it's certainly not going to have a negative effect on any surrounding properties, and the tenants that choose to live there will recognize that it's in a multi-use building. So for those reasons, it meets the 4 tests in my view, and I move to approve.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lombardi seconds. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Feely, you have your approval with a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Take care. And number 32 was deferred. And so we move on to item number 33. Item number 33 is 378 WINNETT Avenue. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a 2nd-story rooftop balcony above and a rear ground level patio. Also to construct a new 1-story detached ancillary building, a 1-car garage, in the rear yard with a new rear driveway accessed from the existing right-of-way. The existing ancillary building shed in the rear yard will be demolished, And we have 5 variances accompanying this application. The committee had before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, a decision number affecting the subject property, tree site plan, and we also have email correspondence from transportation engineering. We also have staff reports from urban forestry, 2 of them from urban forestry, and that's it. Okay.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have the agents online and no other speakers.
Thank you. Mr. Fern? Good
Yes,
afternoon.
hello. Hear me?
Could we get your name and address, please?
Yeah. My name is Murray Fern of Kelmer Building Productions, Inc., 20 Ferris Road, East York, Ontario. I'm the applicant agent and part of the design team representing the owners of 378 WINNETT Avenue.
Thank you. Let me just see, we don't have anybody in opposition, but let me just see if my colleagues have any questions or concerns. And I don't know if you are aware of the forestry, I believe there's a forestry note from, advisory note from the forestry department. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
They want us to apply for application to injure or remove. Now, we're only going to apply to injure because we're not going to be removing any trees.
Great, thank you. Let me just see if my colleagues, Mr. Reed has a question for you.
Sure.
Thanks, Thanks, Chair. I'm just looking at the plans, and I know this structure you're referring to as a garage, but
yes,
it's a small door, right? So presumably you're not parking a car in there?
Well, no, there's a garage door for one car. He has a small foreign car that he's going to store there in the garage.
Okay, so just a tight squeeze. My concern though is about the access via the right of way, and I guess this comes down to the variance that's the 1.22 meters or whatever. But the right of way ends, and then you're in a really awkward kind of bend to get down to the garage, and I think you'll then have to go on to the neighbor's property beyond the shared right of way. Can you comment on that?
Well, at this point, the only way to access our garage is to use the existing right of way there, and at the end of it, again, extend the driveway to the garage. I don't know if there's any way other to do that.
Well, I just think your neighbor may be legally allowed to basically build a fence up to that, the end point of the right of way. And so I think you've got a bit of a pinch point there, and I'm not sure if you've considered that or if you've talked with the neighbor about.
Well, I know the owner has shown the drawings to all his adjacent neighbors, and they had no objections.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments? No? All right.
Through the chair, sorry, further to the chair's point earlier about urban forestry, they also had an advisory memo, urban forestry, where they were raising concern about the garage. So I just wanted that on record. It's urban forestry condition number 2 they're recommending, as well as an advisory report identifying concerns with the garage.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee now and look for a decision. Okay. Any thoughts, any suggestions, any motion? Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I don't necessarily want to belabor this, but I'm not sure if that driveway has legal access. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I agree. It's a good point that you made.
And I'm not sure how to deal with that.
I think the driveway as depicted on the plans doesn't have legal access, but I don't think it affects any of the variances, so they may have to diverge from the plans to get it kind of hooked to the part of the right-of-way that does exist.
Right.
Whether they can do that without moving their patio as well is maybe a question, but
Yeah.
I can see them building that garage and having it have legal access to that right-of-way, so I'm less concerned than similar situations where we've had right-of-way issues where you can't even see how it could be done.
Right. Yeah, I guess they could come down over the patio and shrink that down and then still have legal access. Okay.
And it's interesting that Transportation Review has no concerns with that.
Yeah, they haven't
It
weighed
might
in
have
at
been a
all.
miss on their part, and frankly, I hadn't noticed when reviewing, so I'm glad that you did, because it definitely is a live issue, and it, you know, from the photos we have, it looks like there is a fence that.
Just to the point Mr. Lombardi made, he said email from Transportation Engineering, and it says Transportation Review has no issues or objections with the following transportation variants. I'm not sure if that, and then it says a driveway that is not located in or does not pass through the front yard must have a minimum of 2 meters wide. In this case, the driveway width will be 1.22 beyond the right of way, and that's it. So it doesn't seem to be one that they're worried about.
Again, if we were approving a plan that had the rear wall of the house go so far back that it rendered it impossible for them to find a way to legally access this right-of-way, I'd have trouble. That's not the case, so if they get into a dispute with their neighbor, they'll just have to rearrange their yard to accommodate.
Okay.
So the balance, on balance, you know, taking into account that issue, which I am glad that we considered. I think the variances are minor, so I'm happy to put forward a motion to approve what's otherwise, you know, a reasonable addition to this house and garage. With forestry condition number 2.
I would second that, but I just maybe as a suggestion to the agent is to maybe reconsider that alignment before you construct it. And they should have all the sufficient variances to deal with that.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Ghosh, you've got a motion on the floor?
Yep.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Reed, thank you very much. All those in favor with the forestry 2 condition? Thank you. Mr. Fern, you have your approval unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, we're at item number 34, 4 Ridgewood Road. 4 Ridgewood Road, the purpose of the application, construct a new 2-story detached U-shaped dwelling with an integral 4-car garage and the basement level of horseshoe driveway, a front basement foyer, terrace on the ground floor above the foyer, a rear ground floor 1-story conservatory connected internally with main ground level with stairs, a rear courtyard between the dwelling and conservatory structure, a rear 2nd floor balcony and an in-ground swimming pool in the rear yard. Also to construct 2 new 1-story detached ancillary buildings, cabanas, on the east and west sides of the in-ground swimming pool. We have 2 variances that are being requested, and the committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of trees on the subject property, an arborist report, presentation materials from the agent, and staff report from urban forestry. And we have Mr. Benkowski on.
To Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 1 registered speaker in opposition, Peter. No address provided, and I couldn't reach the speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Benkowski, are you there?
Morning.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good. It feels like all day. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it's one of those longer days.
It went quick the last hour. I can tell you that, though. It was moving along slow, and then we picked it up. Welcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have before us two variances, and from what I would detect, given the particular the lot, neither of them are excessive. So I think this is a supportable application. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or any comments they'd like to add. None? Okay. Mr. Lombardi?
Very quickly, I will just say it's an interesting design, and I agree that the two variances, first of all, they're only two, and secondly, I consider them minor. I think it's an appropriate proposal for the area.
Thank you. Mr. Benkowski, I do have one question, which you may or may not want to answer, which is fine. I was looking at the second floor plan, and of course the first floor plan, but the only bedrooms I see are two. There's bedroom number one, and then of course the principal bedroom. This is a design choice, I imagine, but I was intrigued.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I thought the same thing. So the second floor really is drastically smaller than the first floor due to that conservatory. So it's really been broken up into two wings, with the primary rooms being located on the right side, which would be the east side, and the kind of the supplementary bedroom located on the west side. But yes, it is a unique design. I think it's an interesting design, and I think it fits well with the neighborhood.
Thank you for that. You answered the question. Well, partially. We'll take it into committee and come forth with a decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who wants to take this last one? Mr. Lombardi, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that we approve the application and grant the variances subject to condition 3 of urban forestry.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Reed, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Benkowski, you've got a unanimous approval. Thank you. And with that, we conclude the events for today, 6:11 p.m.
Thank you, members. Thank you, staff.
Yes, thank you very, very much.